goodbye.
Bye, guys.
I thought it was the fucking laptop.
We don't actually want to go live tonight.
Okay, I think we finally have our technical issues taken care of. Sort of. We're still working on
Pull
one.
out your bingo cards.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to tonight's episode of Die For Me. We do apologize for the late start. We had some technical issues that we had to get taken care of. But, hopefully we got those taken care of. We're still working on one. Josh is going to be Skyping in tonight, and yeah.
Josh wore like headphones.
Concentrating.
Keith is working to get that going, but yeah. Josh is in Colorado, I believe.
You shouldn't tell people that.
That's
Oh,
true.
right. Josh is in
To our 5 viewers that we all know
England
personally.
right now, and he is not anywhere that someone could go stalk him with our 25 people that are watching right now.
Chilling with Prince Harry.
Yes.
25, yeah.
I have no idea.
I mean, technically we're live on TikTok and there's a bunch of random people who
Oh,
are
sure,
on the
sure.
Reddit.
You're Colorado?
I'm in Colorado.
Josh is
Where
6'3", and he loves long walks on the beach. So
Say it again.
long walks on the beach.
There you go.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I could not speak at all. I do apologize.
Good thing that your job doesn't depend on that.
No.
I think there needs to be a
I
big
do
spot on the
minimal amount of talking, really.
That
So
says, Jace
Jace can't
says,
talk or can't read.
sorry, I can't talk.
yeah.
That's like a new slot on the bingo card.
Yeah, probably should be. But soon, hopefully we can get that taken care of here quickly. But thank you so much for joining us tonight. Hopefully we can put on a good show and have some fun. And yeah. So do we have any announcements today? Anything to say?
New Year.
New Year, not new us, because we are going to be the exact same.
Same old us.
It's going to be painful to watch.
You guys slightly terrified all the time.
That's great.
Yeah. But, yeah, we don't really have anything to announce tonight, so we're just going to go ahead and kind of jump into it, I guess. So, yeah, we're going to go and jump into tonight's episode of Die For Me. So, last we left off, the Displaced 8 managed to defeat some gnolls and a mind flayer, get some information, brought back the head of the mind flayer, which then took possession of a store proprietor, owner.
Whatever you want.
I'm trying to find a good word for it.
Shopkeep.
Shopkeep. There we go. That'll work. And delivered a brief message to you. You then. You also got a home, which you began decorating and claiming rooms for yourselves. Yeah, that was pretty much it. No,
Around the campfire.
you then got together, sat around a campfire, and Pearson,
It's not a camp. It's in our living room, bro.
Oh,
I thought we were camping.
That is my fault.
Hearthfire.
We weren't camping?
I didn't have a brazier in Bibble's room.
Oh, okay.
There's a fireplace, probably.
Okay.
Somewhere.
Yeah. There's like 100
just
rooms
randomly
and
decided.
18,000 square feet. There's a fireplace.
We just randomly decided that we were sitting around a fire.
See, I just figured you guys were out.
I figured we
everybody was
were
out
outside.
in my house, in my room, just outside, chilling.
That's what I was
I didn't even
picturing.
know we were at
Which,
home.
by the
I'm
way,
not
I've
gonna
got a
lie.
beautiful hammock set up.
But how else do you warm the house? There has to be a fire.
There's a hearth
Yeah, okay.
and a giant kitchen with a big old.
So we're sitting
thing.
on
And
the
a ton
floor.
of booze, by the way.
Oh yeah.
No,
we
was
had
it Josh offering
There's so
his
much.
crimson squeeze?
Oh yeah, he did offer his Crimson
Duh.
Squeeze.
Shit's good. Delicious.
Now that we
Yes.
know what it is, going back for more.
What's inside this book?
What?
This is a bowl.
Whatever. Ow.
Tortilla chips?
What did you
Yes.
Potato chips.
Anyways, continue on, Jace.
I'm scared too.
Me too.
You then set around a fire in your home that you lit. Set your house on fire. And
So now we need a new place to live.
yes, you need a new home.
That we have to buy this time. It's not going to be gifted to
Yep.
us.
And Pearson suggested that you all go around and talk about your guys' goals, plans, and a little bit about yourselves so that you can get to know each other. And that's where we left off.
It's a Q&A panel, you guys.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Could save
All the
this,
pressure.
we could save this episode
I'm
for
putting
Comic
pressure
Con.
on you.
Just saying.
I just feel like it made me sick all the week.
Could've. That's too far away. It'd be like a whole year of no lower dropping.
Oh, you're
Who
no
are
more
these
dropping.
Who are these people? They keep rolling and talking about no.
Josh said check the connection at the camera.
There's a connection.
There was a barrel of something.
No,
Oh yeah, there
probably
was like
his camera,
barrels
probably
of.
his camera.
Was it barrels
I
of
don't know.
mead, Stephen? What did you or Pearson?
I got.
Wine.
Oh, you're asking Pearson?
Pearson, what's in the barrels?
That's all
I
the message.
got us ale, wine, whiskey. Someone fucked up my penis. God. Man, what the fuck happened? It was Jay said that.
Just trying to find it.
Sorry.
For context, he wrote it in magnets. He wrote
Months
the-
ago.
He wrote
5
the
months ago,
word
probably.
in magnets on here. Someone
It has
messed
been there
up.
since, and someone fucked it up, and I'm not happy. This used to say penis.
Yes, it did. Probably the same person who switched the plugs.
It was not.
That's a clip. Someone clipped
Oh,
that.
so you-
That was just live. What? Imagine someone scrolling through TikTok and that's what they come in on.
Someone just came back and
Scroll.
was like, what did I just walk back into?
Someone fucked with my penis.
Someone did.
Oh my gosh.
The emotion into that was unfortunate.
That was amazing.
I've actually been waiting for it to happen because I thought it'd be funny to say.
Can
it
we
on stream.
timestamp this?
Some-
Oh my
I don't know how
gosh.
to timestamp, but it's 26
27:50.
minutes in. It's 26 minutes in. It started a minute ago. 26 minutes.
Holy.
It's okay, I can breathe.
So I got
Now.
these 2 barrels of wine, or 1 barrel of wine, 1 barrel of ale, and then I think it was 3 bottles of whiskey, like good whiskey.
I feel like it was several bottles of whiskey.
I got like 7 bottles of whiskey.
Yeah.
What kind of wine?
Red.
Nothing blue.
Jace, what kind of wine was it?
Crimson squeeze.
That was expensive.
Like
It no
It was red wine.
Jason, I don't know if it's gonna go as smoothly as you wanted it to.
Oh, it's not. It's already.
Jace,
We're gone.
What kind of red wine? Mr. I don't drink
Listen,
alcohol.
I'm gonna say you started this because Mr. I can't talk.
Oh my gosh.
Love you, Jace. Happy Friday, everyone.
Yeah. Happy Friday.
Happy New Year,
Bye.
also.
The species of wines that you would be familiar with don't exist in this world.
I was like,
It's
species.
the
Oh,
year
you're
of the
right.
fucked up penis.
It's the non-alcoholic red wine.
Yeah. It's
Like
nice.
actually
Fruity though.
colored.
It's a red wine. That's all you need to know. It was expensive.
Yeah.
But it was worth it.
It was worth it.
So, you wanted to know more about us, you say?
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and go back to my room and just go to sleep.
No.
Okay.
I actually need you to be a part of this as well.
Be a part of things with you.
Different, not
Oh.
like that.
Bibbles, enough.
Why don't you start with yourself, Kirsten? You're always so
Well,
mysterious to me.
See, the thing is, I just cut off Martina. And, if you remember from just a moment ago, that Medina was in fact
My
talking.
apologies.
I was in fact talking.
My apologies.
Um,
It's the wine. It's gotten to me.
You haven't had a drop.
We
I know.
haven't started yet.
It burns good.
The crimson squeeze.
Fill her up.
How many of you were already drinking tonight?
absolutely none of us.
I got here and
Can
said,
you reboot it?
She's drinking
Yeah.
under the table.
Reboot it.
Yes, and reconnect.
Yeah.
Because I have no
That was
idea why it's saying that there's no driver device, whatever.
Driver.
No driver.
I'm
I'm very driver.
This is supposed to be like a serious conversation.
it's very serious.
Oh yeah, we can definitely tell.
The title of the episode is already going to be Everybody's Whining Too Much.
Oh no.
But what about the ale and the whiskey?
Well, I think we should just call it somebody fucked up my penis.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. It's my favorite one so far.
Everybody's.
That's gonna get all the views.
We will go back to role playing in
Now
just a
they're whining.
moment.
I'm still roleplaying.
I mean,
Are we?
they left
But
Red
I'm
Room.
I'm sorry, Medina. I did
Do you
not
have
mean to
whiskey,
cut you
Dick?
off.
They left Red Room.
Guys, hey,
I
we're
would-
not supposed to be talking over each other.
I would love to hear what you had to say.
What did
I did
he
not
say?
mean to cut you off. My apologies. You're fine.
What
Technically,
the fuck?
Pearson cut me.
I did. It's true. I'm very sorry.
Never mind.
No, honestly,
I know
I
it
was
says
talking
cooking.
shit, and Pearson was inspired to have everybody else talk shit along with me. But Arinell had asked me, people had asked
What
me,
does it
Felix,
say?
did you? Who asked me what
My
the Underdark
magnets.
was like?
Does it say Red Room?
Yes, in which you responded dark.
It is dark, and beholders, I have heard tales. They make terrible pets.
Was it you?
Who? What?
We're getting into character, man.
It was you,
Like,
wasn't it?
Did what?
You
What is
changed-
going on?
Um,
No one
I don't
fucks
know.
with his penis.
You
but
changed
someone
Red
messed
Room
with
to
his room.
Pookie.
What?
That sounds
My
like something one
magnets.
of your children did. Oh, no.
I did not.
Hard cut back to the start of the conversation.
Yeah.
Medina, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
I ain't get no respect today.
Okay.
You're going to get
Hold
all
up.
of it from now on.
We're gonna
Guys.
stop for a second. All right.
Did you get it?
No, I'm still working on it, but we're gonna bring it back in to the game.
Brother, I've been in.
I know.
Okay.
You are all sitting around the fire. Pearson has just suggested that we have a conversation
At our home.
at your home about who we are, who you are, what your characters are hoping to accomplish, and
What time of day is it?
it is the evening.
Hey.
It is around.
The sun is
Yeah.
down.
Sun is down.
After 5.
Well, it depends on what time of year it is. Jace, what time of year is it?
Guys.
I'm back in. Sorry. I didn't know what time for all
A
that.
bunch of ADHD.
I'm unmedicated.
Is it my turn again?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I'll be quiet. I want to hear.
Anyway, I didn't really belong in the Underdark, so I didn't get to go very deep in the Underdark. The people that I was with, I already told you guys, I was raised by Drow. They tried to keep me safe because they didn't really want me to get too deep into their rituals and their ways. I was kind of an outsider. But I had a lot of fun studying to be a fighter with my tutors and my classmates who didn't make it out of the attack. My settlement was attacked by giant fungus people. I've since learned that they're called myconids. They apparently come out of deep in the Underdark, and they get your brain all spooky. They made my friend's brain all spooky, and she started slaughtering people, in addition to everybody slaughtering each other and them slaughtering us. And my tutors did the best they could to give me enough time to run away. And so I ran. Lilybell told me everybody's gone. And I haven't really stopped running since then. Really glad I found you guys. I hug Felix. I lean in for a Felix hug.
Arinel's just gonna put her hand on your shoulder.
Okay, okay.
Felicity has a question. Where did Lilydale come from?
I kind of keep her in my armor.
Where did she come
I've had her as long as I can remember.
from? So not a store?
No.
Did she always speak to you?
Well, when I was small, I thought I was kind of just making her voice up. But lately, I think it's her. I don't think it's me. But it's hard to tell when both things are happening in your head. because she uses the same voice that I use, but I don't remember having the thoughts that she has now. But she's good. She's good. She, she looks out for me. She's very protective.
You can hear what she thinks
And she talks.
in your head.
Well, if you can't hear her, then I'm assuming it's in my head. I mean, I've heard of other magics where people can speak directly to you in your head. She's not a mind flayer if that's what you're afraid of.
No, I didn't think anything like that.
Well, I know, but he just had the whole thing with a whole
Yeah, basically because I'm traumatized. That's fascinating.
No.
How long have you been on the run?
How long have I been on the run, James?
About 4 seasons.
4 seasons.
No.
About
Oh, so 4 years?
4
4
moons.
years, guys.
No.
24 moon cycles.
So, based on the time frame, you guys have been with each other for about 2 months now, 2 or 3 months, and 3 months, and so it was probably about a month and a half, 2 months before that, before you were captured.
So that long.
So like 6 months.
Yeah. 6 moons.
That's,
Season
that's
and a
gonna be
half.
Like 6 months.
Oh,
2 seasons.
I'm getting confused.
2 seasons.
2 seasons.
Half a year.
2 seasons.
Well, I, for one, think you were
Bunch of
very
members.
brave for having gotten this far.
Just lean into Felix and be comforted.
Felix, tell us about you.
Medina needs comfort right now.
And I think hearing from you would comfort her.
You hear me
Well,
muffled speak into your chest. It's not when you talk.
I have more questions. If that's all right.
Yeah, see.
Yeah.
If it's not all right, I'll move on.
It's all right. I'll do my best.
If you can't or don't feel comfy doing so, it's fine.
I mean, none of this is comfy, but
That's kind of the point of the exercise.
I don't feel like I'm in
This is
danger
an
with
exercise.
you guys.
That's good.
Ariel's gonna grab your hand.
No.
And just in like comfort.
I'm gonna squeeze back.
So, 2 questions. Maybe potentially 3. But first question. You mentioned tutors. The drow that raised you, were you nobility, royalty, wealthy?
I was the opposite.
How did they afford tutors?
Well, they wanted me to be useful.
Sure.
So I was basically a foundling, just abandoned, thrown away.
She was basically just taking it. They're not like hired tutors.
Right.
Just
So the
who
people that
raised
raised you were the tutors?
Basically,
Okay.
I think the subtext was nobody else really wanted to deal with me, but I had talent for fighting, and I was pretty smart from what they said. So I had one tutor that was
You can hear me,
she's-
right?
Yeah.
Hi Josh. Gary. Hi Gary. Welcome to the party. I had one tutor, oh no. Hold on, I got you.
Perhaps a sip of this Crimson Squeeze will help your memories.
Oh gosh,
Oh.
the flashbacks.
Yes, let me take a crowbar to these 2 barrels of
Flashbacks.
ale and wine.
So Dror she was like the clan's, she was the best warrior, so she started training the other warriors, like a retired warrior to fight and defend the clan. And then Krakus was the clan's wizard, but God, I just didn't want to do all that reading. I didn't want to do all the fiddly stuff, and every time I was trying to read those books, I just kept daydreaming about fighting. So it's just more fun. So yeah, I spent time with Juror and Krakus, and they protected me and helped me and tried to do the best they could with what they got, which was me.
Second question, if you're up for it.
I take another swig of the Crimson Squeeze.
Make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
That's right. Oh, I forgot.
It's going hard.
Is it that strong?
No,
Have
actually.
Crimson Squeeze, man. It does not fuck around.
Do all we have available is alcohol?
I mean, there's water.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
I'd rather.
Oh, that's a dirty 20.
Can't do
You're definitely starting to feel, your tongue is starting to feel a little swollen in your mouth. It isn't, but you're still able to pronunciate your words.
Pronounce?
Pronounce or enunciate.
Enunciate. Did I say pronunciate?
You said
Yeah.
pronunciate.
Oh, wow.
Constitution saving throw.
Nat 1. All right.
That makes sense.
Jace just dies.
The dice knows what's really going on.
Yeah.
I can't do much, but I can hold my liquor.
Wow.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
It's certainly more broad. Why are you here?
I don't really have anywhere else to be.
Okay. Do you have goals, ambitions?
My goals for the last, as far as I can remember, has just been staying alive, and not hating my life.
Okay.
Not quite there yet, but at least I got one down.
Pam, stop singing Stay Alive in your head. I could see it. You were bouncing back and forth to the beat.
But I mean, looking around this place, it's pretty comfortable here.
Before this place, this house, did you see yourself long term with this group of people?
Okay, honestly, I didn't really see myself long term at all.
Tell us thing.
I won't make you say that.
Chelsea's gonna walk.
I walked there first.
Yeah.
I know.
I pat and I
Felix
walked
is
back.
still just holding on to her. Erinel's holding her hand.
Gosh, it's supposed to be a lore dump, not a trauma dump, y'all.
I mean,
Kind
Same
of what
thing.
both is.
Well,
It's the same thing.
I think we all have a lot of
They're the
trauma.
same picture.
These are the exact same picture.
Okay, I've asked plenty of
Alright,
questions.
well,
Anyone else?
Yeah, if no one else has questions to make Medina any more uncomfortable, I guess I'll go next.
Hold on. Oh no, I'm sorry.
It's broken now.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead if you want to continue on.
You okay?
Yeah, no, all good. I was sending a text message to another player.
Oh, okay.
Josh.
All right. Well, this is slightly awkward. I guess since you asked, I should start with exactly who and what I am. For those of you who
Oh, are
aren't,
we done?
So done.
Fantastic. Sorry.
no problem. For those of you who haven't figured out already, I am a wood elf. Technically speaking, I'm half wood elf, half high elf.
That
But the only
explains the ears.
it's technically the only trait I really got from my high elf side is my hair. I'm a druid, if you haven't figured that out yet either. And I'm from the Circle of the Shepherd, which is why I can do things like shapeshift into different creatures.
And the dogs love you. I mean, the wolves.
They do. I love my wolves. Our wolves. And if I'm being honest with you all, initially I really just wanted to get out of the cave. If you guys were my way out, then I'd work with you and then continue on my way. I'll admit I had some major prejudices about Medina when this all started.
But I didn't even notice.
And I'm very ashamed of. I wanted nothing to do with a bunch of random people I knew nothing about. It's crazy how things change. After the way you all fought in the cave and the way the hostages were treated by you and the way everyone just kind of looked out for each other, it wasn't really like any one person for themselves. I don't know. I guess I couldn't leave. And now, honestly, I don't think I can see myself without my best friend. And I'm gonna like tap your hand with my other hand.
Whatever, I'm rolling in and squeezing.
And though I don't know too much about the rest of you, I feel like I found something I didn't really have before. But to be honest, I think we have a long way as a group because we have a lot of differences, and I think those differences will eventually be our downfall if we can't get it together. My story. Yeah. My full name is Erinel Island Nightstone, formerly known as Erinel Island Inaways, after my mother. I grew up with her until she got ill and passed away. Then I met my brother and found out about my noble status. My father is the Grand Duke Zoran Nightstone of Heimfirth. I was living with them for the past few years, learning to, I don't know, I guess leave behind my small town life and become some prissy duchess. Heimfirth was attacked by a legion of different colored tieflings, which is unfortunately where my prejudices had come from.
I don't even know them.
And I knew we had our troubles with them, but I didn't know we were on the brink of war. Heimfirth was taken over, and I don't know if my father's alive. And after escaping with me, my brother was captured while saving me. I only pray to whatever gods can hear me that he's okay. That's why I was on my own. That's how I was captured and taken to the cave. And honestly, ultimately, I'll have to find a way to return and take Heimfirth back for my father and for my brother.
How'd your brother find you?
He was the reason I escaped. We were in a room and there was a secret passage out that he took me through. And we were on the run for a few days and got captured. Well, he got captured. We were trying to find our way out, but there were too many of them.
I mean, how'd your brother find you after your mom passed?
Oh, I guess my brother knew about it. My dad was actually in love with my mom at some point, but she's not noble, so he wasn't allowed to be with her. The bastard child he had to leave behind.
What a beautiful bastard.
I guess my brother, I don't know, decided it was time. It just, matter of coincidence and timing, I guess.
Other than your, I guess, spontaneous loyalty, what is keeping you here?
Spontaneous loyalty. It's a good title.
You know, I guess I'm hoping that this is something of my own, you know, something I get to build for myself. I wasn't really too fond of the noble status. It's not really me, it's not the way I grew up. And I don't know. This group has been loyal, you know. We've had each other's backs, and I guess even though we have these incredible differences that sometimes I'm not sure why I stay, if I'm honest. When it comes down to it, you know, I can't just up and leave people and not know what's going to happen to any of you.
If you take back Heimfirth, what'll you do then?
Well, I guess that will depend on whether or not my father and brother are alive. If they're alive, I would like to get them back to their status. If they're not, I think I have the obligation for them to take over for them. I prefer not to.
You
but
said you don't
it comes
have.
down to it.
Tell us. You said you don't have any gods that you serve. So, do you not? Are you just one with nature, or do you just not recognize any other gods?
I think it's a little of both. I definitely grew up more just relying on nature and the universe in itself, you know. I didn't really grow up talking about gods or looking up to gods.
Fair enough. Okay.
Being around you guys, I have some questions about it, and I don't know if there is gods. I hope they're looking out for my family. I don't want to be disrespectful to your guys' thing. Yeah.
I didn't ask Medina, but then what about your gods?
So, the drow have Lolth, so I kind of have Lolth. Or rather, Lolth has me, but I don't really get claimed.
Oh.
Do you worship?
Lolth doesn't like non-drow. But I don't have anything else to belong to.
Okay.
It's like being royalty.
I guess it depends on the type of person you are. For me personally, it sucks. I don't like the fancy parties and fancy dresses and being around a bunch of stuck-up rich people.
You realize we're a bunch of stuck-up rich people, man.
Well, now we have one.
I would like to think some of us are a little humble the others. There are a few stuck-up ones in here, but you know who you are.
Sorry!
Medina, obviously not.
Thank you, Medina.
Dirtiest little ragamuffin around.
Some of us like to use our adventurer status for perks all the time. Carrie.
Wow.
He can't see you looking at him, by the way.
I know.
His view is very limited. So you staring, saying
Well,
certain
I'm looking at
people.
the video, but I'm not sure what you mean by that. My adventuring status.
Our status as quote-unquote heroes.
At least I asked for coupons, Gary. Entitlement issues.
I understand bargaining. It's just sometimes you take it a little far.
The dragon head on the table, for instance.
I remember.
Was I wrong or was I right?
Wrong!
Well,
That's the
nice.
point!
You still don't get it.
Well,
You still don't get it.
I mean, it was cool, but it lacked
Well,
diplomacy.
let him talk.
that guy was the one that was behind it all.
Fair enough.
But we didn't know that at the time!
We sure didn't. It was very.
We could have found out more had you not scared him away.
okay.
He
Well, let's
peed.
hang on. This is not a time
that's
for
not time to totally
accusations and attacks.
Or perhaps he's just more deceptive than we could recognize.
That is, in fact, the case.
Don't get me wrong.
That
I
is exactly
love
what
when
happened.
you give head on the table. But that was not the...
Bibbles.
Oh!
Okay, back to
Yes.
our previous conversation. Yeah, there's not anything else you guys want to know. Someone else want to? Apparently, this is more trauma dump. So
But it's good to
if
know.
anyone else
Like,
wants to trauma
I like
dump?
knowing things.
But I don't like
Felix,
Tell
I
us.
would love to know more about you. Your story's so interesting and sad. From what you told me in private, if you'd like to share, I won't say anything, but it's good. I won't say anything.
I'm a little bit lost for words right now.
I didn't even say anything.
Felix, why don't we come back to you?
Just slide
Tell
the
us
glass to Felix.
And
didn't say
Locad,
anything.
I think we know the least about the two of you.
That's true.
That is very true. I second that.
Oh.
That's super true.
I've personally noticed, I don't know if you do it on purpose, but Celestine, you kind of like deflect anytime you're asked anything. And Locad, you're kind of just mean when people ask you.
Yeah,
It's
you
the
just
low
say
vocabulary.
I love you, but you're kind of mean when people ask you. So if one of you don't mind sharing a little about your guys' selves.
Look, did you want to start?
Yeah, little guy, what's going on between you and Delson?
Gary!
Fill my cup,
There's something
boy.
going on there.
With what?
Did you just say fill my cup, boy?
Yeah.
To Gary?
I'll toss him a bottle of liquor.
With the crimson squeeze?
Nope, I have 8 bottles of liquor. I'll toss him one.
No.
Bro, I brought
Good
liquor.
stuff. I just want a little bit on my beer.
He just wants a little bit of the Crimson Squeeze on his in his drink.
Like a pissy
Closure.
Boilermaker?
Mmm.
Like a sake bomber.
Carbon.
Yeah.
No.
Are you willing to give him that?
Yeah.
Alright, so he dumps a little bit of the
Crimson Squeeze.
Crimson Squeeze into your drink.
Squeeze for everybody.
No.
Alright.
Roll Constitution.
Takes a few. What would you like to know?
Where did you come from?
Where did you go?
Where'd you come from?
Why don't you just start with telling us about yourself and what brought you here, why you're still here?
On a side note, did anybody else notice that Telesing straight away deflected in low
100%.
I did.
It
Absolutely.
did not go
I
unnoticed.
just didn't want that to go unnoticed.
No,
I
sir.
had to throw that out there.
It's a skill
Good
set.
looking
Well, it
out.
appears that you two have known each other before we met in the cave. Now, what's the history?
Look, I was speaking, Gary.
And there's that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm from Gath. It's near here. It's in the mountains.
Do we know where Gaff is?
We passed through it.
And what else?
No you did not.
Not yet?
I thought we did.
Nope.
We
Oh
passed
wait, that's
through his
right.
hunting-
It was a hunting
We
area.
passed through his
Sorry.
hunting ground.
That's right.
As
Sorry.
you guys quickly pull out the map to try and see where this might be, you
Begin looking around in the area, general area, and
Just
you
8
find
people all over the same table. Like,
Yeah.
oh.
you find that Gath is a village just northwest of where you guys were at.
Anyway.
Would I be correct? That appears to be just below where I grew up.
Huh.
Just south of myself.
Yep.
Neighbors.
Why are you grinning?
Exciting.
Can't see what he's doing.
I was directed to you, Josh.
Gary.
Oh, I couldn't hear you.
He said, "Why are you grinning?"
Oh. Did you ever visit the island north of you?
No. Anyway, so I grew up in Gath. My father is the leader of the village. He would travel around, take me to places with him. He would negotiate and make treaties and peace with people. And that's how I met Telesine. Because he'd often go to see her father and take me along to learn. She was one of the few people I could talk to, much like my sister. We got along very well. I enjoyed it every time we went. It's not often I find somebody that I like to spend time with.
Aww.
You sound surprised. I'm nice.
No, I'm just glad he found somebody he likes to spend time with.
As far as why I'm here, my village was attacked. While I was out hunting with a party, we were gathering meat, hunting goats in the mountains, and when we returned, everything was ash, burning. People were dead, people were missing. The only thing that anybody could describe was the sounds of wings flapping and chanting that all sounded the same. But everybody described it going black. Everything went dark. They described it as being engulfed in a cloud. Kind of like what happened with the squid face.
That explains why it bothered him so much.
Who did that?
What? What?
Who cast the spell that engulfed the...
I did.
So you said that your village went completely black when they attacked?
Yes.
It was fire. Did you guys ever find any remnants from those that attacked you?
Not really, no. The only thing that I know is chanting, like mages, like magic. The flapping of wings and lightning. The only thing that I can figure out is it was a rider.
Did the people who saw the attackers,
didn't
do
see.
they know what they looked like? What were they wearing?
They saw nothing.
Nothing.
Yes, they were engulfed in the darkness.
Sorry to hear that, okay. Sucks.
So is that your people who do that? Or is that a...
No, my people didn't attack others.
Not
They
you.
were
Not you.
attacked
Not
as
you.
well.
He's
Talking
not you,
to
Josh.
Medina.
That's
Oh.
Gary.
Gary.
Not you, Gary.
That's what I'm talking about.
I don't know what my people do. I panicked.
So is that magic common with your people?
I wasn't raised by my people.
Not your people, the people who taught you.
I suppose some of them could probably do that, but I wasn't a very good magic student. I don't think I learned it there.
So where did you learn it?
I could just do it.
You could do it without being taught?
So it's
Oh, I couldn't always do it. I just did it.
Did Lilybell teach you how to?
Not that I know of.
So
She's not really a teacher. She's more of a confidant.
So magic is among your race?
Why's it gotta be about my...
Let's
I'm
stop
gonna
the
nuzzle
interrogation
with Felix
between
again. I'm
guys. Let's take a
freaking
deep
out
breath.
here.
With all the your people.
I would like to know who attacked my people.
I didn't
I
attack your
understand.
I
people.
bet it
I didn't
was.
say you did.
I am nosy though.
But I would like to know the type of magic and who has it.
I will just say there are many.
It wasn't me.
There are many different kinds of people with many different kinds of magic. I don't obviously can't speak for certain, but I'm fairly certain that Medina doesn't know anything that she's been saying.
Well, I know she doesn't know anything.
You're
Wow.
I'm accusing her.
You're questioning.
I understand, look,
Wow.
you're trying to find out just more about the species in general and if they are able to do the magic. I know you're not accusing Medina. However, also, Medina didn't study magic, so I don't think she'll be able to give you the answers you're looking for.
I tried to study magic. I sucked.
Maybe along the way. I mean, we do have to go to the Underdark at some point. Maybe we'll find your answers there.
You want to go though?
Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have much of a choice at this point.
I'm not thrilled.
I don't think he'll fit.
But I think we'll find your answers, or at least maybe come closer to them. I do have a question. What happened to your sister?
When she was younger, she was married to a noble.
I'm sorry.
This sucks.
Right.
What if he was like a good guy?
All I know is she's royalty, but I haven't seen her since we were younger.
Whoa.
That's a dark
Sorry, that was. I didn't mean for that to be out loud.
Essentially, you don't know the name. You don't know.
What is your sister's name, if you don't mind me asking?
Off the top of my head. It's fun, isn't it?
Lorith.
Oh, that's pretty.
Do you know the nobility name that she goes by?
No.
Do I know no.
Did you know Laura?
I remember she came with them once
I
when we were very young, but I don't really know anything else about her up to the one time.
unfortunately I don't recognize the name. But as we go along, if we run into any other nobles, I am willing to ask around for you if you would like.
Sure.
Where?
I appreciate that. Now, as for why I'm here, I want to find the person who did it.
Fair.
I want to bring justice for the people who are dead.
So are you sticking with us because you would like our help at some point, or are you just buying time?
Yes, and other things.
Yes,
What does
to
that mean?
get
Yes to what you said.
to both of those. You're buying time and you want our help.
I'm not buying time, I'm trying to find clues to who did it. But yes, your help as well. But seeing all of the things that we've found, the people we've saved, I'm needed here too.
Agreed. You've been a huge asset to our group.
It's a pun.
I got it too. Huge.
Previously, you had mentioned a rider. What did you mean by that?
From the descriptions of the wings, it sounds like, and the chanting was all the same from the same person. So, I think it's a rider of a dragon.
Interesting. Okay. Is there anything that leads you to believe that it wasn't? Never mind. Bad question.
No question's a bad question.
Well, if I had said it, you would probably have said something like, "You're stupid." Yeah, because
Has that stopped you before as me?
Well, you've never called me stupid before.
This one you have.
Would you care to roll the dice?
Wow.
7. Do you think that? Okay, I figured out what I want to say. What leads you to believe that the dragon wasn't in charge? Why do you think there was a rider? Because I don't know much, but I've heard that they're very intelligent.
I don't know. There was chanting.
Yes.
People heard the chanting.
Right.
It was all the same voice.
Can dragons
Well, it wasn't multiple people. It was one dude. Okay.
From the description, the voice was very similar.
Okay. That was the part where I was lost. Thank you.
Would you know the voice if you heard it?
I wasn't there.
This is all described to you, yes?
Yes.
It was
From
super
who was
tricky.
left?
Would you mind if I asked a question?
Okay.
You just
Our
get
little
doubles.
popcorn.
Ask a second one for free.
Why do you think your village specifically was the one to be attacked?
I don't know. People were killed. Our treasures were taken.
Because I'm trying to think of. This is going to sound very dark, and I apologize, but in the eyes of a murderer, their victim was always in the wrong. The murderers always think that they are in the right. And so I was trying to imagine why someone would come and attack their village in such a devastating manner. I mean, it doesn't seem like they were on a warpath just tearing stuff up. So why just your village specifically?
I don't know. It's one of many questions I have.
I think if you find out that, it will lead you to who
Several of us have come from villages that have been completely wiped out for whatever reason.
Exactly. Find out why. The
Part
why
of me
will
wonders
always
if
lead you to the
it's
answer.
connected to what we're doing now.
That's possible.
It is possible.
It's a weird coincidence that at least half of the 8 of us, have completely wiped out towns.
But in trying to figure out things, that's why I was looking for Telesing. For whatever reason, we run into each other on the road right before the goblins and everything else that happened.
Considering we're so close by, do you want to go visit your village once again to try to find some answers?
I don't think there'd be any answers to find there. That's why I went looking for Telesing.
Well, sometimes there's least something awake. Maybe some, the guys who attacked might be dead. Perhaps they have symbols, and I pull out one that I ripped off one of the guys I killed. Perhaps you find something like this.
There wasn't anything to be found. That's why I think there was
Just
one.
one attacker. What happened to your father?
He's still alive. He's helping rebuild.
So he was still in the village? Or was
Yes.
he on the hunting party?
He was in the village.
Did your father ever say how he survived?
No, just like everybody else, he was wounded.
Oh.
Do you think that perhaps having 7 fresh sets of eyes on the area might help lead us towards an answer to your question?
I
Or do
mean-
you think it would be a waste of time?
It's possible.
Real quick, Gary.
He has spoken to the dead.
Gary,
Yep.
real quick question for you. The symbol you pull out, what was the symbol again? Can you remind me?
I don't have my book with me. I think he had like the shadow with the knife.
Okay, I want to make sure it was that. So, the symbol that he holds, you see a ripped piece of cloth. It has a light shining down, but the light is stopped by shadow and a blade piercing out of the shadow.
The symbol of Amdur. Sorry, I had notes.
Yes, that's what it was.
Okay, what is
Pay
that?
attention.
She does. It doesn't really jog anything in your memory,
Since
but
we
him
didn't
showing
know
you the
that,
symbol, it just is
Arano
like,
will
oh.
say it.
Well, she volunteered it. What is it?
The symbol?
Yes.
It's a symbol of one of the defector gods.
Just pretend Aranel's telling you all this.
Make a history check.
Try not to
Aranel
take
knows.
notes
I
on
had a
things
whole
I don't
thing with
know.
Garodon.
It doesn't really jog any memory for you. No one that was attacked gave any description of any symbols or anything like that.
Okay.
What did, if you don't mind me asking, what did your father's wounds look like? Or any of the villagers?
I'm assuming burns.
So he had his leg was slightly like charred, as though it had been hit by something very hot.
Lightning.
Yeah. He wasn't really walking around very good, but there were healers attempting to fix him.
All
But-
the wounds of all the people were just burns?
Yeah. That's why most of them were disintegrated and burned.
Just wanted to be sure there wasn't anything else.
Like acid
Or any other wounds.
Slashing.
Yeah.
Just lightning.
So it was lightning.
Mm-hmm. Lightning, wings, and chanting, and darkness.
Was the lightning magical or natural?
Magical.
went to find Taliesin, was that for her help to find a place to start? Or do you have a step one and you were looking for assistance to get to the next step?
I think she could assist me. She has connections, she knows people. She's better with people than me.
I've been told this.
She certainly says it.
Yes.
But without saying a lot to talk.
That's for sure.
Anyway,
But maybe.
So tell us about you.
What would you like to know about me? I'm pretty basic.
Everything.
Everything.
I don't know. I think you're a hoot.
Me too.
What was your favorite song as an owlet? Owlet? Owling?
Owlin.
I like the
Alito?
singer,
Owlin
the
Junior.
Juna and the Juna and the
Owlin
Springer,
Junior.
and the T for it too, and the smile for it too.
I love it. I love it.
Had to be done. Had to be.
Continue.
Well, I grew up in Brenhamville in the mountains, along with.
You see that's Brenhamville?
Where's that at?
In the mountains.
It's in the mountains.
As you take time to
Is it
look
like
around,
that? Or is it
you find
far?
this very large city.
That is far.
It is west of Golden Leaf, high up in the mountains. Bibbles and Pearson and Felix. The three of you would actually know of this city. It is kind of and obviously
I do. They've got a
Lopek.
really good restaurant there called Hooters.
This is
I'm more of a Twin Peaks.
Guys.
This is a very unique city in most of the world, actually. It is built by dwarves and by Owlin/Aarakocra. The towers of this city are so high that you would either need an elevator or wings to actually get to the top.
Okay, get up.
To the top, not to actually get in, but to get to the top.
Okay.
The design of this city is unique only to this city alone, as it had the building capabilities of the dwarves along with the assistance of the Owlin and the Aarakocra who can fly. But it is a very massive city with a great trade, as the city extends underground into the mountain itself, which is where they do a lot of mining and other stuff like that.
I have heard of that town. It is a very, very unique town. It is lovely.
City.
City.
It is, and it's unique to me. I grew up from a noble background, not royalty. I'm a big daddy's girl, and that kind of like spearheads all that I do. My family was obviously high up, not just in flying, but in status. But thank you. Anyway, but in status, and my father did not hide his affection for me as his favorite. I was always inquisitive. I still am. I like knowing things. That's why I seem nosy. It's because I am.
You have siblings?
I do. Well, I did.
Oh.
I did have siblings.
I'll wait. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. I had 2 older sisters and an older brother. And my father and my mother.
So you're the baby.
Baby.
They're spoiled.
Pretty much. Very well protected. So I expect that from people around me. But I'm maturing more. Kind of. Lokak helps. Anyway, but Lokak and I grew up together. He visited me often in my childhood. His family often did trade in our village and our city, and we grew up together. And we kept growing closer. My father didn't really approve because he had already promised me off to a noble, so I get that. It's not fun, 0 out of 10. So his sister and I shared a similar fate, except for she actually went through with it, and I somewhat rebelled. I rebelled a lot. So my people don't really serve Morden. Morden is what?
No, you're good. It was
There's an echo.
it was an echo.
You wanted to know things, and now he's interrupting me. I'm just kidding. But my people don't really serve Morden. So when I turned 20, I was drawn to Morden. His creative spirit, his enthusiasm for knowledge, which I've always sought out. My father did not approve of that. nor did he approve of Lokag and I growing closer together as more than friends, more as confidants. And unknowing of the future, my father rushed me off to be married to a noble. Yeah, his name was Garen, and I did not like Garen. He was not my type. I like a big, he was littler, and so I ran away. Essentially, on my 21st birthday, I ran. Went to go find Lokak to see if he could help me run and stay hidden. But I grew homesick really fast. Because my father was, even though I was rebellious in my own ways, he still loved me and still encouraged my inquisitive nature. So I went back. And when I went back, everything was destroyed. And
Was it Garen?
it better not have been Garen. It wasn't Garen, was it? Come on, you didn't say that.
You're just all pissed that you left him.
No, I hope
I don't know how these nobles are.
I was gonna ask the same
no, it was not
Your
Garen.
home was destroyed as well.
My home was destroyed, and so was mine. My mother was killed, my siblings were killed, and I don't know of my father, but they did find his right wing among all of the destruction.
Your father was right wing?
Yeah,
No, now he's left.
that's all
Oh!
he has is his left.
Guys.
It's all left. Well, I was thinking of Arrested Development.
I know.
Oh, y'all are dumb.
Others were
Yeah.
bringing other things into us that we signed
if I
contracts
can
not
ask
to
a
really.
terrible
just
question.
correcting
It
Tamara.
But
That
sorry.
stupid doctor,
You found your mother and your siblings. What were their wounds like? Was it the lightning like?
It was similar to lightning, right? It was a
No.
bird? No?
It's not lightning.
Let me go look again. I thought it was lightning.
Bibbles got me thinking if everything's connected.
Oh, no, it's not. It was, tell me, out of game. What was it again?
Out of game, it was they were cut and sliced.
Yeah, that's why his wing was cut off. Not burned off, it was cut off. So they were
Wait! Here,
slap chop.
Gardan!
Yeah.
Didn't that happen to your mom?
In a way. What happened to my mother was more sacrificial.
But was she cut?
In the ways that Bibbles and I are different, her wings were removed. Possibly because we might be unique.
Your people have wings? That was that evil thing that made him.
So I'm gonna bust out my wings.
So you watch as the skeletal wings form out of his back.
Oh, fuck my eye.
Well, at least it wasn't your penis this time.
I do have questions about that.
That was
Let's
agony.
wait until we get to Garuda.
But you see the wings. You
So,
guys
like,
do.
You can feel my wings, but you cannot feel Bibbles.
So when Bibbles has his, they're more of a astral projection. He has control over them,
I'll
but
bust out mine as well.
you watch
Now
as
just made it get very bright, by the way.
it gets a little bit brighter in the room, and you now see like almost a black swirling vortex around Garudon and a white circling vortex around Bibbles, as both their wings are sprouting, but Bibbles almost have a disconnection from his body, whereas
It turns
the ones that
see it.
Garudon have are literally sprouting out of his back.
We have wings that we can call upon in times of need, but how they present are very much different for different vessels.
Mine are always there.
Slightly jelly, but check out mine.
Mine are so much prettier, right, Billy?
Wow.
And mine
Yes,
is
yes,
only a
I
more
agree.
recent
Yeah, it's like
discovery.
gold and got the red.
They don't
I
give you
didn't
away in the
know
dark.
wings
Pretty
existed in
cute.
my family until the day that we were attacked.
Yeah.
And the moment my mother's wings were removed was the first time I ever saw them.
I really would
But back to you.
love to hear more about that Garudon. Can please go next? I would just really like to hear the rest of what Telesi has to say really quick.
I'm not trying to steal the show.
Oh
so
no,
just
I
let
know.
me-
I'm
apologize.
sorry,
Back
You're
to you,
good.
Tels.
Thank you. Okay, so yeah. So when I ran off, I came back and I saw that my family was massacred, sliced, and I couldn't find my father anywhere. I was completely distraught, went looking for him, but I knew I needed help, and the only person I know and I can trust is Locat. So I fled to go find him. I did, and then we got into a fight, and then we were in a cave.
Got it. You said you got into a fight. I was like, what happened with you two? What?
Oh, the cave happened.
I also did those between me too. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we didn't
I was
fight.
thinking of infighting, yes.
I'm curious. Look,
Okay.
like you take out a lot of people during these missions. How did you guys manage to get captured?
He was trying to protect me.
We protect you during all of our fights.
Yeah, but I distracted him with my not good ability. Even though I was taught combat growing up, I focused more on the School of Knowledge and Magic.
Growing up, my father had me go against other people in fighting and training. I would lose often and be beaten, but then I would come back and become stronger. And as I've learned recently, the stronger the foes, the stronger I become.
It's harder to imagine people being able to defeat you.
It was my fault. I was a distraction.
Believe it or not,
He was trying to
the
protect
cave
me
was
and they
the
got
first
us
time
both.
that I had that ability.
Huh. Okay.
But to answer your question, Gary, Lokek and I are not lovers. We will be one day. After all this.
Is he also aware of this?
That is
Is he also aware?
like he
Okay,
has
just
a
started
choice.
drinking heavy.
Look, I was like, I'm gonna.
So after this pronunciation. Wow. Oh my god.
Declaration?
This declaration. Wow. I'm sorry, guys.
Roll for
I'm
After this-
enunciating my love for you.
After this declaration from Telesing that one day they will be together, you see Lokeg just sort of and starts chugging.
I'm gonna push
You
the
thirsty,
barrel.
Lokek?
I'm pushing the
Are
barrel
you?
of ale towards you.
I have been. Since I was 21.
Yourself. It's all paid for. Well, take the whole barrel.
I'm sorry to hear about your family. Seems like that seems to be a very common thing we all have.
No. I need to find my father and make sure he's okay. He's missing a wing, so I know he's not well. But I hope he was able to escape and take care of himself. But I know Morda is guiding my way, and I prayed to him while I was with this group, and he's told me I'm supposed to be here, and he's the one that told me that I'm supposed to be with Locat, that he's my protector. And he knows how that mirrors my life with my father, so that's why I believe we'll be together one day. Maybe after all this drama passes. Unless he finds
Were there
some
survivors from your village?
cutter. Sorry. Don't hit it.
I'm sorry, Gardner. What did you say?
Were there any survivors from your village?
Tell us.
Are you asking Telesing?
Me?
In that giant
Oh,
there
it was a giant city. Yes, there were.
Yeah, many people survived. They're rebuilding and they're okay, but my family, which is very well known and
It was an
well
attack
talked
on our
about,
family.
it was
Did they have
personal.
information on those that attacked you?
I know
It seems-
nothing. People who were around knew very little about what happened. It was a very bustling city, right?
So there's a few things that you're missing.
Me?
Yeah.
Is it in here? Because I shouldn't see it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So okay.
Out of game because I didn't see it.
Yeah, we're gonna go a little out of game here. Remember we had this conversation that your family, they went looking for you after you left the first time, and they were their bodies were found
Oh, at the bottom.
at the border of
Yeah.
Vashane.
That's right. Ignore that last part. It was Vashane at the bottom. They did go try to look for me, and I got home to them, and that's where I found them.
Correct. There was no attack in the city. It was outside the city that her family was
Yeah.
killed.
That's my fault.
Oh, okay.
That's my fault. I skipped the whole paragraph. My bad. Yes.
And
said.
back into the game.
What the voice said. I echo what the DM said. So, Vashane. Vashane.
Dashane is what?
Vashane.
Dashane is, what was that?
Where her family was slaughtered.
Okay.
So the border of Vashane is over here. Vashane is country on this continent that is more or less unexplored, or not much known about
How far from Brennanville is Vashane?
It's about a week and a half
Was that-
travel.
Was that the direction of the dragon you saw?
Southeast, that's where it was.
That's where it was flying towards, yeah. But from where you guys were, it's not the same thing.
But I'm always up for changing my path. I've always followed wherever knowledge led me, where Moradin guides me. I was very curious about your god, because your god is a front to mine. I don't know how I'm going to work through that, but I'm thinking about it.
So I'm curious.
I still like you,
Do
though.
you
Fine, my God doesn't like me either.
Fair
do
enough.
you stick around because Lokag is sticking around, or do you have a? Why do you stick around?
I feel responsible for Lokai getting captured in the first place, and our friendship goes long before I met the rest of you people. So I have an allegiance to him. I have loyalty to him. So I'm gaining loyalty with the rest of you, but my first priority is protecting Lokai and him with me. And I think together we can help find my father. Even though my father wasn't a big fan of Lokag, I think once I tell him all the amazing things that he's done to protect his daughter, I think he'd be really awesome to approve of us
Your
being
family,
together.
your family left the city looking for you after you ran away?
They did. So I feel responsible for them being cut up. Cut up sounds wrong.
Killed.
Slaughtered, killed, murdered.
Emaciated? No, that's not
That's
there.
nice. I thought of the word too, emaciated.
Yeah.
It's still not right.
It's just
'Cause
because
there's
he
one
is
like-
Slaughtered. That's good. In good.
That's
I
terrible.
feel responsible
Jealousy.
for them being slaughtered. But my father did not approve of Lokag because he wanted me to marry Garen, and I
You should
think-
blame Garen for your family being slaughtered.
Did Garen do it? I don't think Garen did it.
I'm just saying, if you weren't going
He
to
was
get
very
forced to
small.
marry him, you wouldn't have had to run away.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But because my father didn't approve of Lokag, I think it kind of made me hesitant to even wanting to be anything more than friends. But I think if my father is alive and he sees what an amazing person Lokag is, he might have more of approval, and I'll feel more apt to pursue my feelings.
You know, you're not responsible for the death of your family.
That's what I'm
Keep
saying.
drinking Lokag. I'm just kidding.
Stabbing.
I kid.
I was about to say.
We joke like this a lot. That was our whole childhood. We joked. He used to throw me up. It was fun. Good
Did
times.
you ever go to visit him in Gap?
I don't believe so. I wasn't allowed to go by myself and visit Lokag. He came to me throughout my childhood. Again, my father didn't really care for Lokag's dirtiness. Wow. He was always dirty.
But,
Like
but he
physically
would,
dirty
But he would do
and poor.
diplomacy deals with his father.
And get it.
But it couldn't have been ghetto if he was like the son
So
of a...
kidding. I'm giving you the gift.
Lokag, are you like a prince?
Sound like Lokag before.
I'm the son of a lord.
A lordling?
The lord
Yeah,
of
but
our,
that was below my father's standards. Garen
the lord
was
of
some
our
kind noble.
village.
What kind of a noble was Garen?
What kind of noble was Garen? He was up there though, right? Higher than we were.
Garen was the son of the Lord of Brenthamville.
So he was
so
another
he
lordling.
was up there. He was
No,
up
it
there.
was the...
But he was. There's a
He
difference
just had
between.
bigger territory.
There's a difference between Lord of
He had vast...
the village that Lokag came from
Tracts
and the
of land.
Lord of Brenthamville.
Yeah.
So technically, lords are the lowest of nobility,
Right.
and then it's actually like lord, and then knight, and then it goes up from there.
I
Garen
thought
was up
Knights
there.
was below Lord.
I researched it.
He was a
Okay,
lord.
so knights are below lords. If you want to start getting into details, there are barons,
Keep
dukes.
in mind, this isn't England.
This is not England. We do not. This does not have the same nobility titles.
Lord.
Pinky up.
Lokag, I've never heard
If you're
your
going
voice
off of the
before.
English standard, then
I was
that's
just going
incorrect.
off of every single thing I could find, and every single thing I could find was almost the same ranking.
Was it all
I
English?
don't
Jace created a
I
whole
don't
world, bro.
know. I know.
I do need library books on this world.
I will get you the nobility titles for this world later. But Lord is not a low-ranking title in.
Now we can actually start playing. Now that we have the nobility titles.
Yes,
and the ranking.
yes.
Once we have the hierarchy of the nobilities, then the game actually starts.
My apologies.
It's true.
But I will have that information for you next week. Anywho.
Unfortunate.
So yes.
I've always wanted to meet a dauphin.
That's
And the friends. Okay. I've always been really into it too.
So if Lokag was to leave, you would also leave. You'd be short 2 people. Not saying you would, just hypothetically.
I'm not planning on it.
I don't think Lokag and I would leave. We're not bound yet. I just expressed my
Of
feelings.
course. No, I just mean that you mentioned that your priority is only towards him. If
My main priority is Lokag.
Yes.
I do not hide that.
Are you
What's holding
asking
your
if she
father?
wants to stay with the group?
not necessarily,
year?
'cause
Your priority is to Lokag more so than finding your father.
My priority is to finding my father, but Lokag is the vehicle for that.
Wow.
She's gonna ride Lokag until she
Get
finds her father.
Fuck out of my head.
Oh.
That's out of game. Back in game.
So many layers that I don't want to unpack.
It's all good.
Unfortunate.
But no,
If
my
I
loyalty
ever
to
hear you call
Lokag
him
is
Daddy.
a dub, but he knows how I want to find my father, and I don't know how Lokag feels about me, but I know that he does want to protect me, he does care for me, and I know he trusts me. But I like everyone here. I don't want it to make it feel like I don't want to be here. They're not holding me against my will.
Her father
I
was
hear.
also one of the reasons that I didn't want to say because it wasn't my place. But yes, I think you can assist with that as well. But I
What?
think
He's going back to what he
Why
was
he's
saying.
here.
Why he's
Oh.
here.
I didn't get it. I'm sorry. I'm slow on the uptick. I didn't drink anything. Roll for Constitution.
would you like some?
Yeah, I want
There's
some
plenty.
red wine.
Help yourself. It's a whole barrel.
You guys all continue to sip and drink some of this alcohol.
I'm having water.
You're what?
Having water.
Besides Pearson, who's having
I'm
water.
reluctantly having water.
Well,
You're also having water,
my
and
story.
Felix.
You've always interested me, Pearson. Your stories seem so interesting, especially when you kept doing the mail runs. So
Oh, yeah.
that was always
Was Garadon not next?
what?
I thought that we had talked about that.
Sure,
She's
he just.
deflecting. She's deflecting.
I'm deflecting. He just
No,
jumped
no,
again.
no. I will go
True.
right now. I would have
True.
gone first.
Okay,
but-
I really wanted to, so I said you first. Okay, wait. Go ahead. Garon. Whoops.
Whoa.
Garuda.
Most of my history has already come out,
A while
and I
ago,
wanted
but
to enlighten you some more, but I'm more curious about Pearson. Are you trying to deflect Pearson?
No, I just said.
Says the guy who just deflected.
Yeah.
it's
That's
just
the
a
title
tennis
of the
match of the
episode.
like.
No, so the reason I brought you up is because when we were getting into Telesing's thing, you brought up your thing, and we started talking about you.
Well, I brought up his thing.
Sure. Simply
It became a
answer the
topic
question.
of conversation.
It's being asked.
To be fair, his thing is usually always good. It's just out there always.
Right.
So we
Um,
always have to discuss his thing.
So if you would like for me to go next, I will.
That's one time in the bathtub. Come on.
It's a child.
Sure, what is it that you
Literally
guys want to know about me that
A child.
I'm leaked out so far?
Fairly young for an Asimon. Just saying.
Are you a minor?
How old are you?
I would not answer that question.
We're around,
Oh please.
18 seasons.
You've been alive for 18 seasons.
There is.
You're a very young child.
How many?
Seasons.
How many moons?
How many moons?
18 winters.
18 winters sounds more
My
like-
lord.
Gary's 4.5.
You're a lot younger than I thought you were. Good there.
See, it's not
How
just
are
me,
4-year-olds
guys.
this tall? I thought
Seasons are confusing.
To be fair, I
Well,
was a
just because
total
I'm tall
4-year-old.
doesn't mean I'm.
See, I totally lost track what the hell I
No.
was looking for.
This
So
is
you're-
getting off the rails.
You've been around for 18 winters. Cool.
He's thinking. You can't see his face, but he went like this and went.
Definitely, that's-
18 winters would be 18
He's
years.
doing math.
18 winters is 18 years, Josh.
Okay, yeah, it's been 18.
I've Happy birthday.
Well, except on
Gary.
leap year when there's 2 winters.
I was trying to think of something from my.
Oh, that's it for real?
but-
No.
You got
It's okay.
I was so confused.
Abby.
Guys!
Dude, you're 22.
I know. I'm turning 23, which makes it worse.
You've been 22 winters.
you just say really about the leap year?
I'm just eating my snacks, guys. Like everyone's throwing moons and seasons and winters, and I'm getting thrown off again. It's like 4 seasons. It's like my 4th
A
season all
season
over
is not a
again.
month.
A season was
Even
almost
I
3
know
months
that.
for me, apparently. Guys, I'm getting confused.
Oh,
Have a drink, it might help.
I think I'm sticking water. Thank you.
oh
sniff some
shit.
I would prefer.
I'm out of coffee and I need to get some.
Well, then I don't think I feel like speaking with you right now.
Oh
No, I'm
my
kidding.
gosh. Okay, bringing it back in. 18 winters, Gary.
Happy birthday, Gary.
Apologies, yeah. Crimson Squeeze has a bit of a kick the way with this.
Do a Constitution saving throw.
You're gonna have to roll that one for me.
You don't have your dice?
What's your Constitution
Fake.
modifier?
Fake.
Colorado for snowboarding.
He doesn't have his papers with him.
You
either.
should always
what's
carry
your
a bag of
Constitution
dice.
modifier?
At least a D20.
Oh,
Mhm.
I have the app on my phone.
Yeah, you should have.
Okay, then there's
You
dice
can roll
rolling
dice on
apps.
the app, bro.
You can literally.
Yeah, roll your dice. No,
Yeah,
You
shit.
can
so
ask the internet
I'll
to
wait
roll
while
for
he
you.
downloads an app. Come on.
So I rolled a 9 for you.
You might
Literally,
want to download that app.
Search up
Gary.
roll a d20 and it'll roll up one for you.
Roll.
I can't say which sides, but like, you know which sides.
11.
I'm kidding. I don't know.
13.
I feel like I
13?
can say one.
Your tongue's starting to get a little numb. And you're definitely starting to get a little dizzy.
The child cannot
You
love
said
his
maybe
liquor.
she's 18, right?
Do you have a sticky note?
So besides my age, did you guys want to know anything else besides that, or just go back to Pearson?
Well, no, I would like to know your story.
You have the most interesting things happening around you.
Also, yeah.
Killed our friend, jerk. Brought her back. That's nice. But still. What happened to your family? Oh, okay. Skip.
Well, part of we all are kind of learning about my history at the same time as I am. As
What does that
a
mean?
bit before, my wings are new to me.
His mom had them.
They're new to him.
Okay.
He didn't see.
He didn't know about them until
So,
they were cut off.
Yeah.
You
Gardon
don't
did
see
not.
my wings as often as I have seen them.
Okay. Makes sense.
So he learned that they could have them when his mom had it, but he didn't know he had it until they sprouted. We saw it.
No, he didn't even know his mom had him until she was being.
So that's what I'm
cut
saying.
off.
Is he did? That's when he found out his mom had it, and
Yes.
then he found out he had it when they sprouted that
So
one
she
time.
had
Correct.
skeleton wings too?
No, she
Okay.
had.
Regular wings.
Okay,
Sorry.
why don't we
Sorry,
ask
not
that
wrong,
in character, guys?
I just did.
Oh,
Yeah, I answered. That was my fault.
sorry, everyone's talking out of
My
character.
memory is also not to be the greatest, and I'll point at a scar across my eye and across my head.
That affects your memory?
Yeah, he got chopped in the head.
You have amnesia?
He might not even be 18
The
winters.
nights are still a bit blurry.
So it is
And
amnesia.
only more recent events have some of them come back, in a way. But what I can tell you is, it seemed like what was a normal day. Oh. But we were celebrating the spring harvest. And just like always, I would always spar with my father in the mornings. And he was a man that was someone who's seen a lot of battles. Typically someone who wore lots of armor. And peering off at Pearson, much like our friend here. And
I swear I'm not his dad.
I was not very strong growing up. I think my father lived more vicariously through my brother because he was more of a natural in the arts of combat, where I struggled often. But during that celebration, we were attacked. Ugh. I sit there just kind of pressing my hand towards my forehead. I remember something hitting me and I blacked out, only to wake up to the sensation of my flesh being burned.
Oh.
Only to peer forward and see my father's lifeless body just outside our front door. My mother was missing. I thought that was the moment I was going to die. But that same moment is when I heard the voice for the first time. And something about this creature, this entity, whatever it was, his voice, it gave me the power to at least exact some revenge on some of these attackers. During, I can't really say my escape or my revenge, that's where I was able to kill one of the attackers and take his symbol. Something to exact my revenge against them. It was when I heard the screams of my mother that I ran forward, and that's when I saw the man with the goatee in crimson and wet red, bringing his massive blade down upon my mother's wings. The first time I saw them and the last. Only to wake up under a tree somewhere nowhere near where I grew up. I believed myself to be on my own until someone who would soon become a friend helped me out, taught me the skills of survival, and helped me put myself back together. When I was being drawn to pursue my own venture, that's when I was attacked, and then soon after I met you all. And so the reason I'm going to stay in this group is because I am looking to exact revenge on those who attacked my family and my village. I don't want what they did or what I experienced to happen to anyone else. So as long as our paths still align, I will do everything I can to protect you all. And that also why I seek power. I was not born with it. I'm not like Lokak. So I will find ways to
He's not strong.
become stronger.
I have a question.
Hopefully we can end this scourge on our society.
You got a lot of questions. We'll go one by one. Okay.
What do you mean the first time you heard the voice?
Well, as I was trapped under what I believe to be the beam of my own home, feel my flesh being burned away. That's why I heard a voice that promised me revenge.
Do you hear this voice all the time?
No, it's quite rare.
What happened to Unati?
Ooh.
Lunati's right next to me.
No, the other one.
Unati's the dog.
Oh, the Lunati.
The
I don't know.
The what?
She is a girl I was quite fond of growing up. Perhaps something might have happened between her and I. But whether she's alive or not, I have no idea. Whether anyone in my village is still alive, I have no idea. I only recently found out that when we went into that cave and I inserted the blade into that monument,
Say it slower.
that both my mother and my brother may still be alive.
Your mother survived having her wings cut off?
Apparently. I previously thought her dead.
What village are you from?
James, can you fill that in real quick?
It's fun looking for names, isn't it?
No, there was a name, wasn't it? It was I don't have that paper with me.
Hold on.
Sorry, I know you don't have your stuff.
Look, I'm moving it over, guys. Anyway.
Sorry, you're pulling out, kid.
They're not even mine anymore.
Oh, right. Josh, I think that we had talked, you have your memory issues. I think that we had talked about the fact you did not actually remember the name of your village.
Oh, yeah.
But you do know roughly where it's at.
I can point out on the map, but the name does evade me.
Where does he point to?
So you guys watch as he points to the small island
Got it.
called Calvesk.
Okay.
That's far.
Called what?
Calvesk.
Right next to us.
Is that? Yeah, it's right next to Locag.
Yeah.
Like across the water from Locag. So it's like the opposite of Escal.
Do you remember how you got
Mexico.
to the mainland?
Mexicali.
I don't. It was soon after the blade removed my mother's wings. I woke up under a tree. But there was another voice. A softer voice.
Is this
The same voice that was in that tunnel that we entered.
Is this the friend that you were speaking of?
The friend,
The one that
covering up the falchion. The one that's closely linked to this blade. That we saw in that cave.
For the record, nobody else saw it, just you.
The falchion's on the wall?
No, they saw the falchion, but they didn't see the embodiment of the voice that speaks to you.
Oh yeah. Just okay, now you got me all fucked up.
So I
As
have
we're in the
another.
cave, as we saw the symbols of the falchion, there is an entity that is closely attached to this blade that at one time did belong to my father. And I believe that is here to protect me. And it may have also protected many others before me over a very long period of time.
Sorry. Go ahead, Lokai.
What has this blade said about us?
Not much.
Then why did you try to kill Medina?
Why did you try to kill me? I mean, I accept it. But why?
That's the thing that Medina and I have a very complicated relationship of trying to kill and keep her alive.
Very toxic,
On
just
more
breadcrumbs.
occasions.
Breaking Bad.
In that situation, when I lost control, I have no idea.
So when you get in those things, you lose control. You have no memory of what happened before or after, or even, during.
I don't believe that belonged to the falchion.
Would this have been
But
the other voice?
the Lord voices were different.
Okay.
Interesting.
But you are getting better at controlling it.
I certainly hope so. We haven't had any occurrences as of late.
Roll a wisdom saving throw. No, I'm just kidding.
As long as I can keep them satisfied pursuing in our adventures, then we won't have any problems.
Can
I don't want to know how, but I have to know how.
Can these voices control you?
Ooh, good question.
obviously.
I don't believe so. Outside of the situation that happened with Medina and I.
So you've never been in a other situation where you lost control and didn't understand what happened, or I don't know, just felt like you were out of your own body, I guess, in some sense?
That was truly one of the first and only occurrences that I remember.
I wonder if that's how he ended up on the
I
shore.
have felt it scratching at the back of my mind ever since, but it has been in control.
When you woke up on the shore, did you have any blood on you?
I didn't wake up on shore. I
Or
woke
under a
up
tree?
not that far from Golden Leaf. It was near, the name of the town.
That's all.
Arlington.
Yeah, Ackington.
I'm playing the part.
Oh, gotcha. I thought you were genuinely confused. You said you don't have any of your stuff.
So you have no memory of leaving your island and ending up there.
In a blink of blue light, I went from my village to waking up under a tree.
So, if I may
And a
ask,
light very similar to this, and I'll just spark the blue Eldritch Blast.
You guys see the ball of energy that is his blue Eldritch Blast sparkling in his hands.
I know that's the good one. Or at least it's the less bad one.
Pearson has a question.
Of the two voices, it is certainly much kinder.
and this happened right before you were kidnapped and stolen with the rest of us, yeah? Or how long did you spend?
A month or two, 3. I wasn't really paying attention too much to the time. I don't know actually how much time did pass between when my village attacked and when I woke up.
How many
It could have been,
seasons?
it could have been a long period of time. When we were being attacked, this guy was not really dark by his low-cap experience. It was more of a dark twilight. Neither day or night. But then I woke up during the day.
Did you never think to go back home, try and find a way back to your village or town? Or had you just accepted your
certainly
lot?
thought about it. I don't want to take our group away from our missions. I know we are somewhat nearby, similar to Votak's village. It is possible that there may be some answers there.
I mean, what stopped you before you met us?
Oh, what stopped me before I met you guys?
Yes.
I don't. Group of orcs and goblins.
Before that.
Good answer, good answer.
While he means while you were.
Bugbears and goblins.
Okay,
Oh my.
he means while you were.
Like there was a period of
There was a
time,
period of time
after you woke up, before you were kidnapped, that you said may have been a couple of months. Why not take the time to go back home and see what happened?
We listen and don't judge.
I'm
Well,
not
we listen
judging.
and we judge. No,
I'm asking a question. You just can't hear me, or the point isn't being made.
Soon after I woke up, I was greeted by a stranger that soon became a friend. He showed me great care and taught me a lot of skills to help me get back on my feet, to help me heal. After spending a couple months there, that's when I decided to go back,
Okay.
to head north.
Where's this friend?
He's still in his village of Ackerton.
Okay.
I do have one more question. I'm sorry. The voices in your head, do they seem to serve the same purpose? Are they working together, against each other? How is that working for you?
Well, as of recent, it's now that I have this new blade, it's actually working out pretty well. It felt before as though they were both fighting for control at times. But then, in addition to the Falchion, brought the Dragon Slayer blade. Now I'm able to use both of these blades equally. So I'm hoping that there won't be so much of a struggle for control.
From what you said, it didn't seem like one of the voices was really out for revenge, more so like it was trying to lead you in a different direction. Are you struggling with that, or
Direction?
which direction to take, or is it just you who wants revenge, or is it this voice in your head?
What do you believe?
Honestly, Gary, I don't think I know you well enough to make that assumption. I think you're kind of figuring yourself out along this path, and you're still young, and I think being such a young human, you are easily influenced. He's not? I thought he was human.
No.
Asmar.
Oh.
He's like,
He originally thought he was human until his wings popped out.
Oh, okay. Being a young Asmar, I'm sure you're a little more easily influenced than.
Well, look behind the ears.
Yeah.
You believe I have to be mature enough to make my own decisions?
I think she's saying that you're not immune to influence.
I mean, I don't think any of us are, but younger of any species, I think, is more susceptible to being influenced one way or another. I'm just wondering if you personally are feeling like you need this revenge, or if you feel like maybe you're being pressured by this voice in your head.
If your whole family was also slaughtered, would you seek revenge on them?
Yes.
On those who killed your family?
Well, considering I don't know if my brother or my father are alive, I think I'm not really out for revenge. I'm out to take back my city and to save my brother and my father if they're alive.
You can do both.
I think there's a difference between taking something back and saving your people, and then there's revenge, which I think more just comes from anger and not caring who gets in your way along the way. I think revenge is a very dark place to go. So personally, I am not out for revenge. I had my bias, yes. The years that I've been in I've been in Heimfirth my whole life, and we've always had our tiffs with the tieflings.
Hun,
Not purposely.
your family's gonna love me.
But I don't think I have a need for revenge.
Well, you're not wrong, but the point of that question was to understand your point of view of myself. You seem to have strong feelings about me in this group.
You're a baby.
I just think you're young. I don't dislike you, Gary. I'm just, like I said, I think you are a little easier influenced, especially, and I think I'm understanding a little more since you're saying you have two other voices in your head. That's got to be hard with three different opinions going on inside, especially at such a young age. Like, that's got to be hard.
Did you say the
Revenge
three?
has taken me to dark places. I won't deny that. But I also seek to prevent my experiences from happening to others. What's happened to Lokak, Medina, potentially others in this group.
I agree.
So yes, I am driven by anger and revenge. But also because I care about others. It's why I put my life on the line to save everyone else in this group, to save Medina, to save Pearson in the middle of battle.
And I respect you, and I understand that. I just want to caution you on how far down that dark path you walk. Sometimes you can care too much to a point where everything else is clouded out.
These voices, they don't speak often. And outside of that moment with Medina, I haven't been too worried about them taking over control.
Okay.
Okay.
And I hope you understand, I'm just trying to look out for you. I'm not trying to judge you in any way, Gary. I'm just trying to understand.
Did they ever come out when you were sparring with your dad?
No, never. The voices, they weren't around. It was only in the moments of need. When I saw my father's body laying there lifeless. And shortly after taking care of those kobolds, did the voice of the Falchion direct me to go north.
But we weren't in need when you attacked me.
But
We
can you
were
repeat that?
playing.
She said you weren't in need when you attacked her.
This is also why we were always sparring with wooden swords after that. There was something about the sound of the blades flashing.
PTSD.
That's-
Joke.
Makes sense.
After I nearly took your own life, I could feel those same feelings arise during battle. That's why I chose to go with the wooden blades, so I can gain control of this anger that does reside inside of me. This dark vengeance that Aranel mentions. And I believe I have taken some very large steps towards that. And hoping that this new power will not just protect myself, protect people of this group and the people of this world.
As you all,
Does that satisfy your questions?
Yeah.
as you all
Or any
sit,
more?
as you all sit and contemplate this new information. I know we still have to get to Pearson, Felix, and Bibbles, but we're gonna go ahead and take a real quick break. We're gonna take a real quick break. We'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes or so. But yeah, please come back in just a little bit to join us for everybody else's trauma
Sad
dumping.
stories.
But no, this has been really awesome, guys. I've been enjoying this. We'll be right back in about 15 minutes or so.
Music on the way in.
Do you want us to bring you with us, Josh?
No.
No,
I
you can
wanna
stay
see
in there.
You
You
just
wanna sit
leave
there.
him behind.
Nicely done, Josh.
So then he was tickling my taint, right?
No.
It was hilarious.
Again.
So, yeah.
Flying Dutchman voice. Welcome back.
Come on, just before.
My papers!
Man, you fucked up the station. That's different. That's not good.
That's
Brittany-
diabolical.
I don't feel good
That's
about
vile.
it. You don't mess with a man's station.
Anyways,
Straight up took out Bibbles.
Oh my god.
Romantically? No, I'm just kidding.
welcome back,
Jace Pearson?
No, he's Tanner.
That's
Jace
right.
the Tanner.
The Tanner.
Or Jace the Squirrel, whichever one you prefer.
Jason
Oh.
Dennis is in the desert. We haven't gotten there yet. Don't
Okay,
worry for those
yeah,
camps.
right.
Right. With
We
the-
haven't got to Jace
This
the
is
Tannist
so-
yet.
Jason needs some Tanner.
Uh,
It's all grease coming out of his forehead. We're talking about Jace the Tanner. And how he was like shimmering.
yeah,
Yeah.
he just has
The grease comes out of
it secretes all over.
Oh.
Yeah, I figured you'd
had
like
to
that.
use that
He
word.
has, he's like
That's almost
perfect
worse than
Greco-Roman
voice.
wrestler.
Yeah. All right. What the fuck is going on?
I missed the context.
I don't think anyone's needed.
It's not needed. Move on, move on. Moving on.
Okay.
Okay. Anyways, welcome back. We have no idea what the hell is happening. But yeah, thank you for coming back and sticking around. And we're just gonna go ahead and jump back in. We just got done learning a little bit more about Garudon.
Wait, we were done?
Yes, we were
Oh,
done
okay. I
with
thought he was
Dun.
taking a break.
No,
My
we were
bad,
done.
guys.
And then we were supposed to move on to Pearson.
Yeah.
You've always been the most curious to me.
I don't know why, because we've talked.
I know,
Main character.
but I wonder why you haven't shared more. And then you wanted to do this storytelling.
I
I
feel like
thought you'd be
gotten into
anxious to start.
Yeah, totally. You okay over there?
Yeah.
Alright, man.
Did you get attacked?
Bibbles falls into the fire briefly, but rolls out of it.
That'll happen.
Did he lose any HP?
That's fine. Yeah, okay.
I
One
know
hit
your
point.
relationship
5.
with.
Damn.
Wow.
5? I'm gonna do healing hand, or lay on hands for 5.
What do you do? Fall in the fire?
Yes.
Yeah. I
That's
melted the back of my
unfortunate.
hand.
No.
Again?
I can't fix that.
I can't fix that.
Mending.
Smells like
Yeah,
beef.
Menting.
Does it taste like me?
Where is
I
it?
don't want to know.
I might.
When I went to the hospital for my melted hand, they literally went, "Smells like something's cooking." And I was like, "That's me."
Oh. Well, you
Anywho, we're back into the game.
Back to Pearson.
Are we?
Cooking with Bibbles. We're
I know we had our time,
With
but I
Cooking
know,
with Bibbles.
I know everyone here would love to know more about you. You seem more complex than others.
Wow.
I don't know about that, but happy to share, I suppose. Garudon, thank you for sharing your story with us. While you have talked about it before, it was nice to get a little bit of extra insight.
I feel like I'm learning just like you guys are.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Hello, I'm Pearson Croft. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Pearson.
Same.
I was born 135 seasons ago,
Really? Really?
roughly.
Whoa.
The
Kingdom of AARP.
Seasons, not years.
Hold on, I
gotcha.
gotta do some math.
I was gonna.
Yeah, I was gonna say, someone do the math. Come on, who's gonna do it?
Well,
You're way younger than I thought. No offense.
No, it's fine. I give
Oh,
off
he's
old
a-
energy.
Okay.
You said 135 seasons?
135 seasons, roughly.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
only 33 3/4.
Oh, okay. We're
oh, so your birthday's coming up.
I
is what
thought
I'm
you
hearing.
were
It's
more
coming up,
mature.
yes. Well, isn't maturity like a mindset?
No,
it
you just
depends on the person.
or the Pearson.
or the city.
Aha!
Oh,
Nice.
So I come from not quite a town. Even saying settlement feels weird. It's just like a small community. I grew up between Landau and Vladens.
Where is that?
As you take a look, you see, Vladens is actually the capital of Baskal. And Landau is a town to the northwest of Vladens.
Capital of what?
Bescal.
The country you guys are in right now.
Baskal is Josh's island.
No, that's
No.
Calbest.
Calbest.
Oh shit!
That's
So,
Cal-
Mexican-
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
messed that up.
And then,
I'm
sorry,
blind,
it was in
so-
between Valence and what?
Lando. I have a brother that I am 2 years older than. His name is Samuel. My mother and father owned a meadery and an apiary. So they were farmers, distillers. So we were, well off.
You're one with the bees.
Yes, yes. Our farm and homestead was sort of the middle of our community. So it was very few houses and farms, and many of the people who weren't farming were under the employ of my parents, just for security, extra hands, things like that. Growing up, my mother was very business oriented. Megan is her name.
I like that name a lot.
And she was very. Both of my parents were very warm and kind, and I feel like they did a pretty good job raising both me and my brother. But my mother was definitely the brains of the operation, while my father was the dreamer, the farmer, I guess, with the bees. He knew how to handle the bees. He knew how to, I guess, just handle them. I don't know. But he taught us a lot about nature and appreciating what is around you. And he sadly passed away in my late teens, heart disease. We just couldn't get him to a healer in time. These things happen. But throughout my childhood, we both received and sent out a lot of shipments because we were so close to the capital. That was our main source of revenue. So I would often find myself in Vladens selling or just delivering for people who had ordered beforehand. And while I was in, Vladens, I met a young girl named Olivia. And we hung out as often as we could. We had much in common. And we just clicked in a way that I hadn't with many other people. So, fast forward, we saw each other more. We started, having feelings as we grew. Eventually, I asked her to marry me, and she said yes, which was crazy. But we'd stored enough money away to get a small place in Landau, where we lived for a couple of years, and we tried to start a family. We tried to have children, and we were finding that we were having trouble. And then money started to wear out a little bit because I wasn't working for the farm anymore, meadery. So I enlisted, signed up, got shipped out. So I'm trying to remember sequencing.
Good.
So we had, nope. So I shipped out. And on the way to where we were being trained, I met a dwarf named Faulkner, who is basically the life of the party everywhere he goes. Very exciting, very different from people I grew up around. Taught me Dwarvish. He's actually the person who introduced me to the worship of Pelor. It was a little bit on that journey southwest, or southeast rather. And I wasn't that into it. I was very interested in what he was saying, but I had never, Samuel and I, my brother, we weren't raised religious. We didn't really have faith. It's actually a relatively new part of my life. But so we spent a few weeks traveling and then a few weeks training. Then one night, after we had moved past our training period, we were stationed on the wall at Arasham. In different parts, everyone sort of had their own sector of the wall. And suddenly, sort of out of nowhere, there was this raging, blinding dust storm that reducreduced visibility to next to nothing. I could see maybe 2 feet in front of me. And out of the storm came shrieking sounds, blood-curdling, bone-chilling, high-pitched shrieks. And in that confusion, I had drawn my sword, because I didn't know what else to do. And then I, along with many others, was viciously attacked by something that I can only assume is demonic in nature. So some of you have seen the large scar across my chest.
That's what I was about to ask.
Yes. The thing that came out, actually there were 2 things that came at me. The second one sliced me open, near death. And then I took a great tumble from the top of the wall. And I don't really know how I survived the fall. But my leg had broken and the bone was poking out of the thigh. And by all intents and purposes, I believe that I should have died there that night. On my first night of real service, which is crazy to think about. But I was fading in and out of consciousness, on the brink of death. And the last thing that I remember before waking up again was my friend Faulkner. He took me on a long ride, 3 days maybe, to Krauswell, where there was a temple of Pelor, and the healers there nursed me back to health. Even with their strongest magic, I was in very rough shape. And it was something that just needed time for me to get to full health, I suppose. But it took quite a lot of time. But that was where I started to learn and have an appreciation for my faith. And then I returned home after a couple of weeks of being infirm. Saw my wife. She had been written. She knew what had happened. Needless to say, we were very happy to see each other again. Start over. A little more time passed. You can't really forget a night like that, but it didn't continue to bother me. And eventually, after a little bit of tiptoeing, Olivia and I were pretty much back on track, starting a family. We were still just having trouble. It wouldn't take. And she and I just both desperately wanted to be parents. We thought we would be pretty good at it. One day, some months later, I woke up, and she wasn't in bed. And she didn't leave a note, didn't say anything. She went off for a few days and then came back without a word. She never really told me where she went or what she did. I had no reason to assume that she was unfaithful. But shortly after that, she was pregnant. It took, finally. So, you know, waiting for some months, getting the house ready for a newborn. She had a fairly normal labor, but the child came out purple, lavender, with horns growing out of her head. And at first, that was a very hard truth for me to accept. And that was when I first had my doubts about Olivia's loyalty. But when that baby looked up at me, I saw my eyes, and that took down everything around me. Nothing else felt real. This was my child. Her name is Natalie. I never quite had it in me to ask Olivia why our child was a tiefling. But after that moment of holding her, it didn't matter. Nothing else mattered except her.
To jump in really quick, tell us, and you would know this with your knowledge.
Okay.
Tieflings, I'm sorry.
Nothing, I'm just being a dick.
Tieflings are born in different ways. One of those ways is if, let's say, two humans got together, if one of them had a pact with a devil or a demon, it is possible that one or more of their children might be born as a tiefling. Continue.
But there were a few months, perhaps a year, where we just sort of worked it out. We did our best, we provided, we were in love with each other, in love with Natalie, and everything was really good for a while. And lo and behold, later, again, I woke up in the morning and she had disappeared. She was not in her spot in bed. She was not anywhere in the house or in the yard. But there was a note this time. And it basically said that she didn't know when or if we would see each other again. She didn't tell me where she was going. She didn't tell me why. But she said that she loved me and Natalie, and that I would be an excellent father in her absence. That weighed very heavily on my conscience for quite some time. And then, following the injury and Olivia leaving, I unfortunately sank into a fairly deep depression, and relied on the drink to keep my spirits lifted. And that continued for 3 years, which towards the end of, I was starting my day with whiskey. And caring for a small child in that kind of condition, well, obviously, it's problematic. And, you know, during this time, I was not staying in contact with anybody in my life. My mother and my brother, Olivia's family. I hadn't written Faulkner or anyone else that I met at Eresham. And there came a time where Olivia's brother Sean had come by to see what had happened to me and to Natalie. Obviously, he knew that Olivia had been gone. He also didn't know where. But he had come by the house after not hearing from me for probably a year at that point. And he found me passed out, drunk on the floor, in my own vomit, with Natalie crying in her room, unable to, obviously, to do anything for herself. She was too young. So deservedly, he kicked me awake and basically just beat me up because I was not in any sort of condition to defend myself. And at that point, it was also a matter of why would I? Because I had let down the two most important people in my life and just kind of let it happen. So Sean, seeing me in the state that I was in and the state that Natalie was in, he took her to Bladens, where he raised her, or is raising her as his own. That is where all my money goes to. I find myself at the post office so that I can do something to provide for the child that I emotionally abandoned. And then, following that, it wasn't enough to keep me from the drink. Some months later, Faulkner, my friend, showed up and was the second person to just beat the shit out of me for being a low-life drunkard. I needed it, trust me. He reintroduced me to the teachings of Pello, which was pretty much exactly what I needed. It was hard going, and I had hard withdrawals, but it was my responsibility to my family to come out of it. And that was, at that time, well, at this time, it's the most important thing, is to be there for them. Unfortunately, they never had the chance for me to be who I should have been. So Faulkner took me back to Eresham, to the base, where we met up with our commanding officer, General Hardclimb, Marivek Hardclimb, who also beat the shit out of me.
Good beat left and right.
Amazing friends. I would not be here without them. All the while we were traveling, becoming more, or rather, Faulkner was, I don't want to say pushing, but he was strongly leading me into the path of Pello's light. And he slowly but surely became one of the biggest parts of my life, Pello. Anyways, Faulkner and General Hardclimb urged me to travel west to continue my teachings and to find more purpose. But ultimately, my purpose in life, I guess I have three. And the first is to become a man that is worthy of being a father to my daughter, to find my wife, and to serve Pelor in any way that I can for the good of the rest of the world. And I am here today purely out of happenstance. To be completely frank, I'm sure that I almost dislike roughly half of you. No offense intended. We're very different people. What was that, Gary?
I already know.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're all right. You know, it's kind of a bitch, but so I'm not positive why I'm still here. I know that this is the right path for me as a servant of Pelor, is to expunge evil from this world. And is that a reference?
It's a good word choice.
Oh, thank you. Right now, us as a collective, it seems like we are on that path. And if there's a chance that I could find my wife along the way, or prove myself to my family, I will gladly take it. And that is my story. That's why I'm here.
That's why you should have started. That was awesome.
What are you
That was
gonna
an
do to
amazing
make it
story.
right to your daughter?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, you would have
It's the.
It's gonna sound harsh, but I don't give a shit about your wife. I don't give a shit about your journey with your daughter. She didn't deserve that.
No, she did not.
So what are you gonna do to make it right?
I don't know. I'm taking the only path that I know how to take. I'm figuring out as I go along.
You're still here because any other way would be a coward's way out. Your only goal should be to make it up to your daughter. She didn't deserve that.
You're correct.
You're the only one.
Does your daughter know what you're doing?
I don't know.
How old is she now?
She's about 6.
How old is
She, the way I understand it, she remembers me and knows who I am, but we have not had an open line of communication in a very long time.
What did you name her?
Natalie.
Natalie.
Perhaps you should before you no longer have the chance.
What did you say?
Perhaps you should reach out to her before you no longer have the chance.
Well, I send letters.
It's like a threat.
That's not. It wasn't a threat.
No, it's just
Here,
because
Gary.
we keep almost dying.
Control yourself.
We had close calls.
I send letters to Sean because he owns the house.
Yeah.
And it is up to his discretion, yes, whether or not he shares what I say with her. I could address a letter to her. I'm positive that he would open it. So, I don't know. I don't know. I'm still figuring out how to make things right.
Well, if your loyalty to Pelor keeps you with us, I am grateful.
As am I. And I can't speak for everyone else, but I am at your disposal.
Don't say it like that. I'm not expendable.
What's the
Stop.
word?
Okay, maybe wrong word choicing.
Well,
But I'm here to whatever you need.
Thank you.
So all of
We'll
us.
get you back to your daughter.
So all of us have been brought together here on one way or another on our paths.
We have paths.
So
Yeah,
it's
we all
meant to
have.
be.
just happened to be.
Would you like me to beat the shit out of you?
Look how.
If you feel as though I've deserved it, you may, in fact, have your time.
I didn't know you liked him that much, little keg.
Just like
Bibbles, you're welcome. beat the shit out of me if you think it'll make you feel better about the situation.
If
I
anyone
felt
wants
better
to lay a
being
hand
shot
on
at him.
Pearson, you're gonna go through me first.
The only thing that's
I'm
gonna
not
make me
gonna
feel
have you.
better
I'm not gonna touch him next week.
is knowing you did everything to get your daughter to say she forgives you.
That's okay.
Because the guilt you're gonna feel
You're equal.
will guarantee you will never do that again.
Believe me, I will never do that again.
I believe you.
There's no greater regret in my life.
She forgives you.
What about you, Bibbles?
You all take a moment to process that. Before we move on to the next one, I want to make sure. Is everybody okay?
I need
I'm gonna get a
counseling.
tissue.
I'm just listening. It's good stuff. You should have started.
That was good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Was my timeline good?
Yeah.
'Cause that was the only part.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
everything was
like,
good. Wanted to give those two a moment because I did
You're
see tears in
wondering
both their
why.
eyes, and
I'm listening to
it was
sniffling,
not
like,
just acting. So we're gonna give them just a real quick second before we jump back
You're
in
wondering
and
why your
continue.
story was so- Come on now. Amazing.
Thank you. I worked hard on it.
DM Cam got bumped.
Camera got bumped.
Yeah,
Well, that's probably
Tamara.
them rushing out.
God.
My way.
I know which way. I just need the lag on my cam. On my phone.
there's a lag. Hold on, I'll. We've been through this before.
Fast.
I'm-
Back your way.
All right, go back towards
Right there.
Apollo and Pam. Just a smidge. Right there. That's perfect.
Huh?
Said a smidge, not a mile.
I should jump you, bro.
Very good.
And Pam's gonna watch because I know she won't do it with me. Okay? She
I'm
won't jump
good.
you with me. She might if I asked her really nicely. But jump into the lot.
I mean,
Anyways, welcome to story time.
Story time.
Welcome to Trauma
I
Dump.
hope we're all having good vibes.
It's like trauma dump or lore dump. Isn't that the same thing?
Dude, it's like totally
Apollo, I feel like you're mad at Steven.
No.
This is Bibbles being mad at Pearson.
No, for sure.
Bibbles, I'm not. I am mad at Pearson,
You should be. He's a
but
piece of
I
shit.
will give people
Bad
the
dad.
I will give people the right to try and make it better.
Sure.
well, you will.
I believe in redemption, but
will.
Bibbles is definitely mad at Pearson right now because
sure.
that should not have fucking happened.
No, you're absolutely right. That's what makes it a great D&D backstory.
I mean, really, it really is.
He's
good.
not wrong. So
And I knew it was.
we're gonna bring it back in.
I'm crying as both Jazzy and Tamara. That hit. I don't even know if I'm done crying.
Did you
Well-
bring extra tissues?
She gave me a handkerchief.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for sharing something so personal about your background.
That was
I'm happy you're with us.
that was the purpose of why I brought us together tonight.
You felt the need to share it with us, and we know more about you.
I suppose, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Nibbles, you had so much to say about Pearson's story. What's yours?
Sorry, just real quick. Did you guys fix the DM camera?
Yeah.
I I am nothing. I don't have some major, massive, elaborate backstory like everybody. I don't have reasons why I'm out and about. All I know is that I am nothing. I am someone that is easy to forget. I am someone that is so easy to lose. I am nothing. I have lost loves and family and whatever, but it's nothing major. It's not anything worth it.
I find that hard to believe.
You
Where are
said
you
you've
from?
lost loves? That's
Plural.
not. That's not nothing of note.
You're anything but easy to forget.
I don't think I could ever forget you, Bubbles.
Trust me, it always happens.
Nah, not with this group. We have good memories, minus Gary.
I don't. I don't know who my family is. Not a clue. I don't know my dad. I don't know my mom. I don't know if I have brothers or sisters. All I know is when I was around 7 years old, I was found outside of what I found out later was the name of this village called Tenby Village. And I was taken in by this guy named Alaric. He was also an Aasimar, which he taught me what that meant. Anything before being 7, I don't have a clue. I don't know what happened in my village. I don't know if that was actually my village. I don't know anything. But I know my parents and my family weren't around. For all I know, they just dropped me off in the woods and just let me go. I don't know.
Don't know what that's like.
But I stayed with him for a while. He taught me how people operate and different beings and creatures, and we moved from town to town all around. And then I met someone else. He was my first love, ever. He was this human that I fell in love with, and we were together for a little bit, and then one day I went into town, and when I came back out to where we were staying, Alaric was still in town. I was there. He was gone, but I was able to track him real quick. Some tieflings had come in and taken him.
Why is it always tears?
And they held him there, and they told me that they were waiting for me. And I was very, very confused because I was like, I'm sorry, I don't even know who the fuck you are. And they said, you have broken laws by consorting with this person. I said, I don't even know what you're talking about. And they said, this is not who you think it is. And I was looking at this person, Antonin, right in front of me. That was his name, was Antonin. And I was looking at him right in front of me, and he looked remarkably a lot like Felix. I think that's why I get such a protective feeling over Felix all the time, is because it reminds me of him. And they said, he is not who you think he is. And they said, go ahead, show him your true self. And the entire time I'd known him, he'd been using disguised self, and he was actually a tiefling himself. He was an escapee from a very distant continent, or country, called Vashin. That's how you say it, right?
Mhm.
Yes, Vashin. It is a place that people do not go into and they do not get out of. And they gave him a choice right there. They said, a love like this, because me being a celestial being, him being a tiefling, they said that love like this does not exist and it cannot. And they wanted to prove it, so they gave him a choice and said, you can save yourself and we'll kill him, or you can die and we will spare him. And Anton chose to sacrifice himself for me. And with no hesitation, they stabbed him right through the back. And he stared at me, and he just smiled as if saying, it's still worth it. They let me go. And by the time I got back to my camp, Alaric was there, and I told him all about it. And we went back out looking and we never found where they went off to. I've moved around a lot of places and I can't stand to look at other people because I can't stop seeing his fucking smile. So, I joke, I laugh, I do all sorts of stuff because I cannot allow myself to get close to anybody anymore because my family left, he's gone. And one day I woke up and Alaric himself was even gone, with no trace except for this fucking book. The one factor is me. Everybody leaves because of me. You guys are gonna do the same too. Y'all are gonna leave too.
You think
The
Antonin
book
chose to leave you?
He's got a train going through the back room.
Josh, the sound on your computer is hitting from the show.
Am I making noise?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hoo-hoo sound.
there we go.
He, I ask myself all the time, why, what is it about me that just drives people away? And I don't know.
Antonin didn't choose to leave you. I slap him.
Roll to hit.
Can I use my protection?
18.
Yeah.
Yeah. Disadvantage. 18.
18.
Wow. Crazy.
Does 18 hit?
Oh yeah, 18.
18 hits. Go ahead and roll a 1d6.
Back of the hand against the... I wasn't trying to hurt him, just...
It's
Knock
good. It's
the
good.
fuck
Okay,
off.
1d4. 1d4.
Okay, 1d4 is
I
plausible.
do D20. No.
3.
You take 3 points
You have a headache,
uh,
you jackass.
damage.
So
Martina!
I just take it and I just look. Listen. If people see me for who I am, which is just next to nothing. If I can't make people laugh, if I can't make people joke, I'm nothing. I don't offer anything. Everybody is gone.
Bibbles, you are not nothing.
You just
You
gave
are
all
a-
that shit to Pearson.
You are a
Whoa.
vital
I deserve it.
part of this group.
So does he.
It's different.
Listen, whether you like it or not, you
many
have
times.
a family with us. It may be a very dysfunctional one, but a family nonetheless.
Antonin died to save you, and you dishonor his memory by saying you're worthless? He chose you, you bastard. He
Count
chose
words,
you.
Martina.
We should let him finish.
It's just fucked up as all.
Just
Did he write anything in the book before he left?
no, but some things have appeared. I don't know how. It just every once in a while this writing just appears, and it's from Alaric, and I don't know how he's doing it or where he's at. I've been looking for him.
What does it say?
There's been some spells that he's left behind for me. There's been some little messages just actually speaking of you guys.
Can the book see?
I don't know. I don't know what the book sees. I don't know what the book feels, and I don't know how. I study it almost every single night.
Does the
What
writing
have you said about our
disappear?
group?
Said that I may have finally actually found a place.
The book said that? So why do you think you're going to leave you? Has the book been wrong before?
The book's never done this before.
Fair enough.
Listen,
Does the writing disappear after you read it?
No.
It's still there?
Yeah.
How many notes have you gotten from him?
3.
Sounds like somebody who hasn't been abandoned.
Where?
Lost, not abandoned.
I have to agree with that.
Or
I'm
taken.
sorry. He's still going through to lengths to communicate with you. Why can't you see that?
What kind of being was Alaric? Can we ask that?
Yes.
He's an Asmar too? Okay.
See, where is he?
I don't have all the answers. I don't have answers for you, Bubbles. But he's with you. He left you his book, and he communicates with you, obviously, when he
He
can.
wants you to know he's here. He wouldn't be communicating with you at all.
He's trying to help you find a place, a home, Bibbles. Accept it. And trust me, if we wanted to leave you, we would have done it already. Lord knows you can annoy the crap out of us sometimes. I love you, but if I was
But
gonna leave
have
you, I
you
would
tried
have done
inviting
it.
back to them in the book?
Oh.
No, I haven't.
So
But
Maybe give it a try, see if it responds.
When you're ready, you should try that. I agree with Gary.
I'm scared to know the truth.
Bibbles,
Oh,
have you ever tried writing in the book?
that's what she just asked.
Oh, sorry, I
No,
didn't
he
hear.
said it first. I just agreed.
Yeah, Gary
I didn't
Sorry.
come up with it. It wasn't my idea.
suggested it.
I'm not being original. That was Gary. Gary did that.
Apologies, Gary.
Tell the same hands on the pencil.
Damn right, Erno.
I know, I almost like threw a pen at him.
Kidding.
listen,
Read
don't-
between the lines.
You've just been leaving him on red this whole time.
What if that's
Scene in the
seriously is all I could think of? Like maybe he's communicating you with the book and he's wondering if you're alive and you're not responding. You're not reaching back out. I'd be mad. Or at least worried
Maybe
for
one is
you.
true.
So, there is one other thing that I'm so lost on. I'm afraid to write in this book because the entire time I was with Alaric, he had this with him and he was constantly writing it. But besides what has appeared, there's nothing in it. But he wrote in this book almost every single night. And the only thing he ever told me, and I don't know much more than this, was there was a hooded figure that he kept seeing.
But you don't know what he was writing in the book. Maybe he was writing to somebody who was writing back to him.
I'm sorry, but you're selfish.
Yeah.
You are the only person in this group who has any chance at this moment to maybe have some answers. And you, at your fingertips, and you haven't even tried. You say you're alone and you've been communicated with and you won't even try, Bibbles. How dare you get mad at anyone else for their actions or anything that's going on with them when you have a chance at answers and you have yet to take it?
Who's he writing to?
I don't know what this book holds.
He hasn't been there.
You're never going to know if you don't try.
I've been trying to get it looked at and examined and everything.
But not written it.
No, I haven't written in it yet.
So who was he writing to?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
So he found the person with the other book.
But maybe he knew he would leave him and he wrote him all these ways to help him out and he's like not
Maybe
writing
they
the
come.
book.
Maybe they come when you need them. But you're not gonna know unless you try.
That makes more sense than what I was saying.
Perhaps it works like a sending stone.
That's, yeah.
You can send messages in the moment.
The rock.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer. It's a good answer.
He's probably just waiting for you to respond. Or do you think
It's
perhaps
like
he
I raised
predicted
this
the
kid and he ghosted me.
Just don't talk to me.
Ghosted. He's crazy.
Red. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I need a minute. Arnold's gonna get
At
up
least
and
write
walk
a
away
order
for a
or
minute.
something.
The story's complicated, but this.
Leave him
Taking a
alone.
lot of walks there now. Aaron and
Just
Medina are
go,
taking a lot
Aaron.
of walks.
Listen, okay, Arnold would give anything to be able to find out whether her dad or brother are alive. And this fool has a chance.
This
Okay,
fool.
Arnold went outside for a minute. She'll be back.
Aranel storms out of the room.
Storms out.
How would you have stormed out? Yeah. She storms out of the room. You guys hear the front door open and then slam.
What's wrong with
Maybe an attempted slam.
All I hear
It's all
is
about
the broken
leverage.
door. It slams.
Wow. Like a screen door.
Freaking shut your stupid door.
Sounds like it's laughing.
Somebody cast
I'm
a
literally
on
a
it.
minus 2 in my strength, guys.
That's great. Good.
Where's Ross's character? When you need him?
Right? So handy.
It's actually
Look, we can all sit here and say what should be done, what shouldn't be done.
We're just saying try.
Would you at least consider it?
I considered it a lie. And everything in my body told me it's not the right decision.
Well, everything in your body is also telling you that all you do is get left behind. When I haven't heard of a single person who actually left you behind.
She got
Can
a
I see the
point.
book?
Gary's gonna write it.
Can I see the book?
Fireball.
Hellish rebuke.
Josh, what'd you say?
Are you handing me the book?
Yes.
You just
Just hit you in the face with
Okay.
it.
If I open to the
PvP
first
tonight.
page, do I see anything?
What's on the first page?
but can't
So,
you see?
well, that's what I'm wondering. Can't we? Have we established
So,
that?
Gardon, as you open the book, you see the writing, the spells, and other things like that that Alaric left for Bibbles on the very first page.
Oh shit.
Only one page? Is there additional pages?
As you turn to the next page, there is something different there.
What's on it?
What does it say?
Oh, good God. I don't
You
know.
wrote it down, I thought.
I thought you wrote it down.
Yeah, I thought you did.
You wrote it in the book.
So,
I thought you did
You're
write it
reading
down.
the book.
I thought I did, but I actually
You didn't?
didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh shit!
While you're looking for it,
Yeah.
Arnold's gonna pace back and forth a few times, take a few breaths, and come back here.
Okay, let me see if I can find here in my notes what it said. Give me 1 second.
Oh, father.
My thumb fell quick.
Okay.
Do you still have the other book?
On me.
Do you have it though somewhere?
Somewhere, yeah.
Okay, so you have what was written.
Yeah, it was in the other book before I got
Okay,
this.
good. Because I'm not sure. We have a lot of text conversations, and I know that.
Do you have an idea of what it was? Because you can search it in your messages.
Oh, good
I just
God.
remember.
Oh, I'm on the wrong person. That's what I'm like. What is going on?
Chase.
Huh?
Come on, man.
Sorry. You've
We
had
have
so
names.
little work
Okay,
to do today.
Okay, let's
This
do
is-
a little roleplay while they're trying to figure it out.
This
Okay.
is one of the entries right here. It says, "Bibble's my friend. You must be getting strong. I'm so proud of you, and I hope I have
Must be.
and I hope you have accomplished your goals, and I hope your cooking is improved, bitch. I want you to know." He didn't say that.
My
but
bad.
he- Go
Oh,
on.
we all heard it.
I want you to know by this time I will be missing you. I want you to know by this time I will be missing you greatly. I know I will see you again. Keep growing. Keep helping people, and I'm sure we will meet again.
That sounds like from the past.
That doesn't sound
The-
like leaving you.
That's the third page. The second page, it says Bibbles.
Can you do it in Alaric's voice?
Yes.
Bibbles.
Bibbles.
No!
Bibbles. No. No, I'm just kidding.
Actually, that was pretty close to what I was imagining.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's just word smash.
I'll show you later.
Guys, I believe this is different. Bibbles, my friend, you must be getting stronger if this is appearing to you. I hope you have found new friends to keep you company and keep you out of trouble. I trust you to keep traveling, keep growing, and trust the people around you. Allies are a rare commodity. Please be safe, my friend.
I didn't hear a single
Yeah.
fuck off and die in there once.
Out of game. I thought it would have been more rowdy. Just saying.
No, was he?
I remember the first one you told me wasn't in text; it was in person.
That's right. The first one I told you in person, it wasn't in text.
I have a fight.
I'd have to go way back into my notes to find that. If you wrote it down somewhere, though.
Yeah, it's in the other part.
Yes, Josh.
So, I like to roll a sleight of hand.
Okay. For what?
In the area of the book where there is no writing, say like a bottom, like a border area, one write, "Are you there?" ?
All right, make a sleight of hand check. Make a perception check to see if he actually
Oh,
does this.
fucking disappeared after I rolled. Okay.
I don't think Bill should be making this check.
He is. It's his book. You think he's not looking?
Well, we're
Nah,
all
he's not
too,
looking.
though.
18. Copy that.
He's not reading anything in that book.
22.
You do see him begin to grab a quill and start to write in this book.
How dare you? My privacy.
My privacy.
I do nothing.
You are able to write in this book, "Are you there?" A few moments go by. A few more moments. Nothing seems to be appearing for you.
Well, Bibbles has been leaving him on
I'm gonna
red
hand
for
it back to
years.
Bibbles.
It disappears.
The book is not meant for me.
Does the writing
Oh.
stay?
The writing stays.
So
Interesting.
I take on part of Garadon's courage, and I write in there as well. Same thing.
Are you there?
There. Question mark.
I'm gonna place my hand on Bibbles, healing him. 5 points.
Oh, you got 5.
I got hit points.
I was like, he wasn't ever hurt. And I was like, oh wait, he was.
That's I'm proud of you.
A few moments pass. No response. Don't be mad at me. This is the way the book works. Something might happen later, but nothing right now.
Does he communicate the lack of writing in there to us, or are we just watching him write?
I mean, you guys
We're
just
all- I would
I'm
be
assuming you guys are
staring.
watching him, right?
I am watching. I just want to know.
So give it some time, Bibbles.
The book
Perhaps
is
he has to check his book as well,
the future, the
or whatever
past.
form he receives his communication. If that's what happens.
His notifications are off.
Does the writing stay?
It'll be tonight,
The writing
tomorrow,
stays.
it'll be a month from now.
It's been a while.
It's been a while since he's written to me last.
It has been a long
So how long was the last message sent?
The last time we leveled
Was it? Okay.
It
okay.
was.
Okay.
It was.
up. Oh, shit. I'm
You
guessing.
just
You knew.
So
You're paying attention. I didn't.
I know it might be easy for you guys to just be like, hey, why haven't you done this? Why haven't you done this? But the truth is, there's a lot of things in all of our stories that we could have done different. There's a lot of things we can do now, and it's easy because mine might seem easy as just saying, hey, are you there?
We just don't want you to feel bad about yourself, Bibbles.
That's not ever going to change.
That's unfortunate.
I know who I am. I know I can be annoying. I know I
Antonin
can...
and Alaric apparently think a lot of you. Thought a lot of you.
Alaric was
The rest of us
writing in a book.
sometimes think a lot of you.
Listen, I don't make...
Aranel elbows you.
With the sometimes.
I don't make
Mostly,
I don't make excuses for who I am. I know who I am. And I know that I can drive people away because it's not just them. There's a reason it was just Alaric and I. It's because a lot of other people just do not enjoy my company. And I get that, and that's fine.
Newsflash, Bibbles. Most of us here are an acquired taste.
I agree.
I'm delicious.
Yes.
I'd have to agree.
like you're cooking.
Who hates
I'll kill you
others?
if you
How
listen.
dare
That's honestly, and that's why
She offered.
That's probably why I stay with you guys, is because even if it's for the moment, even if whatever. I like you guys. I really do. Felix staying up at night chatting with you about the weirdest shit is awesome.
Felix does chat about
Arinel, watching you communicate with nature and having a love for it just like I do is inspiring because I didn't think anybody loved nature more than I did, and I was wrong. Pearson, your call to do right has been fantastic. Telling your joy for everything you encounter is honestly, it's an absolute delight to watch. Watching your face as you explore these things. Garadon and Medina, your guys' ability to deal with what you guys went through, and yet you guys are now close friends. That is not something you see in the world. And Locat, your ability to fucking do anything you put your mind to is by far one of the most inspirational things I've ever seen. There's a reason I like you guys. And there's a reason that I am scared that you will...
What the fuck did I do?
everything. You're very Kool-Aid Man.
Oh yeah.
I'm just really scared that you guys will see the actual me and you will not want me around anymore.
But I like the wings. I have wings.
No, it's not the wings. It's the scared kid who's terrified of the dark.
Oh yeah, we hate scared kids.
She said sarcastically.
It was sarcastic.
It was sarcastic, Felix. Felix obviously adores scared children. Bibbles, you're part of the family.
Yeah, so suck it up and deal with it. You're stuck with us.
Bibbles, there are 4 pages, by the way.
There's 4.
Yeah. So the third one was the one I read, the first thing you found. The third one was the one that you found. The second one actually says, Bibbles, my friend, you must be getting stronger. If this is appearing to you, I hope you have found a few friends to keep you company and keep you out of trouble. I trust you to keep traveling, keep growing, and trust the people around you. Wait, did I read this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry.
I was like, wait,
I'm trying to find all this shit right now, and it's...
I know.
You're doing fine,
I'm
I mean,
pretty sure it was just
it's
the 3
driving you
because I had the
crazy
1
now.
in person and then the 2 in
Well,
text.
if
It's
we're
fine, it's
level
just gonna bug
5, you should have 4.
I believe you do have 4.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: is I didn't get one when I leveled to 2.
You didn't?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
No, because it was
You did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you did.
level 2 is when I got captured.
Yeah, you did. We talked about it. We did.
That's why you don't remember it was talked about.
Okay. But yeah. Anyways, so
It's a confusing thing. Mud rolling around, killing goblins, slaughter.
I did fuck
Poop
up.
pile.
A few. I
You
fucked
put
up.
the laughter and
Hiding
slaughter.
bodies.
Cookie door was horrible, guys.
I did
Oh,
fuck up a few
yes.
until
The
bugbear.
colon.
Yeah.
Colon spike.
Anyways, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. So, anyways, I'm worried that, yeah, that's my fear, to be honest. And listen, Pearson, I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
No, I need to. I have a very hard time with parents who don't prioritize their children, and it's more than that, and it's not because of what happened to me. The person that killed Antonin was his own dad. He hated our relationship. I was a celestial, he was a tiefling. He killed his own son to make a point because of his bigotry and because of his hate. I struggle with this kind of stuff because I've seen it firsthand what it does. And so I apologize that I genuinely got mad at you because you don't fuck with kids. So I'm sorry.
I forgive you because I'm a horrible father. It's
No, you didn't kill your kid,
could have.
but you didn't. And you see it now, you recognize it, and that's why I said I'm in favor of you earning her forgiveness.
I'm trying.
And I'm going to stand by with what Aaron else said, and I'm going to be here for it, and I'm going to work with it through.
Pearson, we all have our problems, and nobody's perfect. You know,
Just kidding.
what makes a horrible parent or someone who
Doesn't care.
can't see their mistakes and doesn't try to learn from them. You didn't fight about her being taken from you. You've sent her money and letters, and that doesn't make you a horrible parent. You've made mistakes. You were hurt. It's not an excuse, but
Everything that I did and everything that I reacted to was self-imposed. That is the reason that I do not have my daughter. I understand and I appreciate where you're coming from.
Say, go fast. I am going to correct you on something you just said. You said that's why I don't have my daughter. Don't make it a definitive. Say I don't have my daughter yet. Start using that
you'll get her
verbiage.
back. We'll make sure.
Start using that language instead. I don't have my daughter yet.
I don't know how I could possibly begin to fix it.
For starters, I haven't seen you take one sip of alcohol. I think you've already begun to fix it.
It is a fucking curse for me. That is why.
Also, before you were trying by yourself, you have 7 of us now. I know we're not your favorite people,
I'll miss some.
but we've got your back.
I appreciate it.
And you're not doing this on your own anymore. If you ever feel like you're slipping, just tell one of us. You'll get slapped back into reality.
I'll take it in flag.
Kick your ass.
I'll just give you the back of the hand like I gave Bibbles.
And there's someone who understands what you're going through more than most, and that's Felix. With her children, his children.
Speaking of which, sorry, we
Brutal
haven't even gotten
segue.
to you yet.
Brutal segue.
Oh,
Pretty
we were
good.
thrown under the carriage there for a second.
What was that first thing you said?
I'm not entirely sure.
You have someone who has something similar, despite your guys' whatever they've been talking about. But
Differences.
that's a word.
It certainly is a word.
Not the bullfrog blink. You did not. Love it.
Oh, hey guys, silence.
Silence as we all just.
Your
Oh,
turn.
I didn't know.
You all take a moment to process everything from Bibbles, and all attention turns towards Felix as the one person who has not shared.
Pull out my bucket of popcorn.
Pull out that.
I know.
Where did that come
we've
from?
seen
Print it out.
some things,
My bag of holding.
and we've heard some things.
Seeing things is
Sharing
hurdles.
is caring.
Okay, guys, let Abby get into her character.
Well, I'm not entirely sure where to even begin, if I must be honest.
Anybody got pets?
We didn't really have pets. Not sure. I'm not sure where to begin, really.
Don't you have your notes?
Where
do.
were you before you met your wife?
Good question.
I was born in Colkirk, and then that's it. I wandered.
As you guys look at the map after you
Pull it up.
you see that Colkirk is right on the line, the border, in between
Your middle finger?
the Jerusalem, yes,
Okay.
Jerusalem Empire and Bascal. It is on the Jerusalem Empire side.
I was born in Colkirk. That's it. I left Colkirk as a pretty young child. Filled with wanderlust. I never stayed in one spot, but it was always just me, so it wasn't that hard to leave either.
They all like you.
Who's they?
Where you were born.
Didn't stay very long.
The ones you did see.
I left. I only know I
Parents?
existed.
Without seeing another person.
Not
No.
just know there's other creatures. I've never seen another like myself.
You never saw your parents?
I don't know if I have parents.
Is it awkward to
do you
ask
hatch,
if you hatched?
or-
Yeah. Well, I guess it's better coming from you.
Yeah. Do you hatch?
The best way I could describe it is my earliest memory is honestly me walking towards a forest-like area. I'm not entirely sure anything prior to that. If I had parents of my own, I'm not entirely sure.
How much do I know about our people? His people.
Make a history
I
check.
feel like I should know something. We have feathers.
I don't think that makes it correlate.
No.
Like birds of a feather.
Birds of a feather.
No one ever
We're
pushed
not
me
even
from the
similar
top of the
feathers.
tree.
Pumps up the big walls
History?
to the forest.
Leave it to Abby
So-
to not read the notes that she wrote.
21.
I took different
21?
notes.
You're
16 plus 5.
Okay.
You're hatched from the head of God.
We worked on this.
Different. I worked on different notes.
Good Owlin stats?
Sitting on my back.
Yes. We do. Yeah, we do.
Where is your book?
Yeah, it'd be difficult to hatch with a human head because you don't have like that little shell
This is my
on the
only
tip of your
but this
feet,
is other
right?
information for kids.
I have a
I was
shell.
gonna say.
All of
You know how like little chicks they have like that
said
I
little.
wasn't asked.
Oh, you
I
have to
wasn't
break the-
mentally
to break
prepared
the
to
shell.
ask how I was born.
How would a harpy
You also
break
aren't
the
packing your
shell
draft
with
with something.
a soft
Not
people?
talking.
About being born? You
That's
don't
true.
know that.
Born.
So no, harpies do not hatch. They are born.
Now you know.
Live birth.
So you,
Because next
I
I was gonna like,
so
so you
no,
popped
you know,
out
like how
and then you
snake
waddled to the
eggs are
forest.
soft, they can just
Just the
gnaw their way out.
bones coming out.
I would say like when you ask a person their earliest memory is probably when they're maybe about 5 to 6 winters old. Is when a normal person I've been told.
5 to 6 seasons.
Don't confuse me. All I know is I do not remember much as a child aside from leaving,
Okay.
wandering into a forest, and just beginning my adventure from there.
Did you have any rocks in your pocket at that time?
They were actually very delightful to look at. I don't
Did you
think I
have any-
collected many though.
Did you have any pucks in your rocket?
Pox in my rocket? Not
Yes.
very many either.
Just
Golly,
rocks in your
that
pocket.
sounds awful. You can take a pill for that. I was just wondering if maybe your parents left you rocks for your pockets. Pocket rocks.
I mean, they're just, to me, they look just like simple pebbles and everything. I might have collected them. I'm not entirely sure if they held much value, but I kept them with me. But aside from that, it was just myself, the world around me, my wits about me. Not very many though. And honestly, I kind of had to adapt to my surroundings. If a bunny ran, I ran too, because if it's not me running after the bunny, that's
Then the
something's
bunny's
coming
running
after me.
you.
It might have been.
Much like the portal.
Interesting. Way of living.
I simply grew up surviving the best I can. After all, it was just myself.
How did you make it this far?
Running.
That's a good question.
It is a very genuinely decent question.
You're quite agile. That's something.
I would also think I probably picked that up from the rabbits.
How many?
Other herbivorous creatures, maybe. Either way, that's honestly how I lived most of my life up
Pronounce
until.
the H in herb.
Actually,
Maybe Felix does. That's my bad.
Felix is.
I wasn't thinking about dialects.
It's okay.
for the
Already
most part,
suspected Felix of being a serial killer.
essentially, I raised myself and learned from other things around me growing up until about 7 moons ago. No, not moons. Now I'm confused.
7 seasons.
7 seasons.
7 winters.
7 winters.
7 days ago.
7 winters. Roughly 7 winters
You
ago.
guys do know what years are. There is a
Most
literal
times,
calendar. You guys can say years.
Oh, I didn't have a calendar. I had no
They
actual
got
education.
Listen, you didn't exactly give us a rundown on what, whether this is like super Renaissance time, or if we had some.
To be fair,
the
I
Julian
had no
calendar has been
education
around a
myself.
long time.
How many moon cycles?
28. No.
My seasons
Once a
confuse
month.
me enough. Math is not any better.
49.
Is it how many?
14
I mean,
months
to
in a
be
year.
fair, you could tell Felix 7 years,
12
and she'd
months
still,
in a
he'd
year.
still say 7 days.
7 seasons.
84.
I remember my childhood like it was 7
84
days ago.
moons. Oh, wow.
37 moon
I
cycles.
had it 7 days ago, guys.
Alright.
Continue.
But yeah,
I don't think
so-
boy creatures count by moons the way we do.
Boy creatures. Is that what
Oh my gosh.
Anyways.
Wow, okay.
Felix, we're back.
Let's bring it back in here.
Yes, so for the most part, sort of had to educate myself since I was alone up until about 7 winters ago. When
We've already been doing it. It has to stick.
It's
Eyes
fine.
roll so
I'm just
hard
laughing
every
because she just gave me the deepest like fuck you face I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, I'm sure you've
oh
seen.
my goodness.
No, it was straight up the last 7 winters.
7 winters. Pronunciation of the Witcher that I had to do that, guys. Anyway,
With a hard W.
Okay, guys.
about 7 winters ago when at a game, I believe it was I believe it was
Why we
this time,
can't
was it
stay in
not?
character
We
for
wrote
Felix. It's
notes.
something we saved
I know,
you for
no,
last.
but it was the last question because I totally thought I asked, and I totally thought it was in here, and I read it like 7 times, and it wasn't there.
Seven?
So I imagine.
7 times?
What exactly wrong? Anyway,
Felix improvises, that's why we know nothing.
What do you got?
it was this town, was it not? That I ended up actually meeting my family-in-law.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I had to clarify.
Yeah.
Because I would make assumptions, but I don't want another, you mean 4 months? to pop up on me?
Fair enough. Yes, what is this town?
Okay. So, essentially, raised myself until I came across boat right, are we? Is that what we got?
Yes.
Port Briam or boat right? I'm lost.
We are in Port Briam.
Thank you. See, I knew it wasn't Port Briam. Till I arrived actually to this very city, I assume. It's very big to me, so city, I'm assuming. To which, honestly, I was just very enamored, entranced with the sights, the younger things that scurried away from me, like I did when I was on my own. It was a bit peculiar. Found it a little rude, but not much I could do about it.
Maybe they thought you were also a predator.
To be fair, I do think that is illegal. That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, it's simply how most of my life went up until I somewhat saw her. I locked my eyes on her as she happened to be having a discussion, minding her business, mind you. I wasn't.
No.
No. I insist,
Happening.
truly.
I
I just couldn't take my eyes off her. She was just so elegantly fierce, stunning. Her eyes, honestly, was mesmerizing like the sky itself, as if they just went deeper or farther than I could even imagine going into the skies when I fly. Her hair, honestly, blonde and golden, somewhat like gold coins or even a golden river, like gold leaf. It somewhat reminded me of that. To say the least, entranced. Unfortunately, too entranced to not mind my own whereabouts, my space. I bumped into a, would you believe it, a golden dragonborn.
That's awkward.
It was apparently in the mix-up I had caused him to drop something. He claimed it to be of high value. I wasn't sure. I told him it was an accident. He didn't care. He proceeded to beat me within an inch of my life for dropping something.
A lot of beating.
That's a joke.
I insisted it was an accident. He could care less. And that is when, once again, my eyes were graced with her beauty as she stepped forth to defend me. Honestly, I can't really describe the way she just made me felt my heart just soar, as if my wings just took my heart and left me. Not entirely sure. She makes me very giddy, to say the least. I still remember it like it was a few moons ago, days ago even. She did say some choice words. Choice words that were not entirely safe to say, I suppose, around other children. mothers did cover their children's ears as they passed by. I thought she was very great for it. It impressed me, to say the least. She healed me of my injuries that day, and I could not help myself. I had to stay at her side. I had to attempt to woo her. To me, she just seemed like everything I wanted in my life. Everything that I've never really had in my life. She just seemed to fit. So I attempted to court her. Obviously not having much of an education or upbringing. I did the best I could. I found rocks that reminded me of her eyes, of her hair, some mixed, some flowers. Even tried to make her a few things, but clearly my handyman skills aren't the greatest. She did accept my proposal at some point. I'm so excited. Her family not too loving of me. But that's alright, we left anyway. So, it was more freeing that I didn't stay here in this city. It's not anything I know, and it's hard to learn what is a lot to learn in a short amount of time. So, hand in hand, we left. Obviously not being a fighter myself, being more of a coward and running. And her being incredibly strong. She did think it was time that I did learn to defend myself. My gorgeous wife, always, of course, winning, as she beat me. She said it was to learn, and I believe her very well. I do believe I did learn that she was a very fierce woman with a very strong arm. But yes, we lived in our own cozy little area in Briarglen, a little village in Dathan, which...
As you look at the map,
Pretty children.
it is over
Briar
here.
Glen?
Yeah, Briar Glen is in the country of Dathan.
Just saying, you never showed them where Tenbay Village is.
That's because it's actually not on this map. It's in the more detailed version of Dathan. Yeah. You also didn't ever say you were from Tempe.
I did.
Well, how far from me is that?
Briar Glen is all the way over here. Heimfirth is all the way over here.
A little bit of a drive.
Oh, but a drive. It took forever to get there. However, once we got there, we had our own little homestead to ourselves, just me and her, and all. That's honestly all I could have asked for. Though, of course, her family, as they were somewhat for fighting, which is how she became so strong. I believe she was learning to become a successor. She was more drawn to protecting others, which may have been why she stepped out to help me that day I met her. But aside from that, as we had just each other to ourselves, our own little world, it eventually became from just us two to three, and we had our daughter Everly. Sweetest little thing, my little flower, honestly as delicate as one, or at least I feel her to be. And then not long after that, we had our son. She calls him Phineas. I didn't name them.
Phineas and Everly,
I don't like the name.
I adore them.
I didn't name
Tell me you don't like the name of your children. Don't tell me you don't like the name of your children.
Evelyn.
Out of character. Right?
Everly. No.
It's not Phineas and Ferb no matter what.
But yes, my daughter's name is Everly.
Just be the best.
And my son's name is Phineas. I did not name them, clearly because I don't think I'd be able to name them any better than she did. She did name our son saying she wanted him to somewhat represent me since he looked a lot like me. I think she was enamored with it, the way it sounded so similar to mine. But aside from that, it was just the four of us. The kids wandering around on the homestead and playing, and me staying close by. I had no real need to go too far, as we had everything we needed and everything we wanted. Or at least I felt as such. We started hearing news shortly after, as they aged up a bit. We started hearing news shortly after that Eresham, the city nearby, was being under attack by forces.
Were they tieflings? Sorry.
I wouldn't be able to tell you, really.
I think they weren't.
I wouldn't be able to tell you, in all honesty. I didn't really care to listen. It wasn't my home. It wasn't my family. It wasn't important to me.
But it is safe to assume.
I wouldn't think so. All I know is that it was some sort of force coming from the border that they guarded into Vashane. And my beloved found it within her as her duty to go and assist them. So she left with the promise that she would be back once she had helped them. And of course, I must admit, she had been gone a bit too long for me to bear, so I decided to take it into my own hands to bring her back, at least convince her. I understand her need to help others, being the family she came from, but I don't feel that it was her need to go. I feel that she had other priorities, her family, for instance. So here I went. I released the custody of my children to her parents, who weren't all too happy to see me, considering we had up and left. Reluctantly, they accepted my children, merely because I had promised I was only attempting to bring back the daughter of my wife, and off I had gone, and past Erisham into Vashane on my own, just looking for her. I don't really remember much aside from eventually I had been drawn in from hearing cries and screams and war. The scent of blood was rather thick in the air, suffocating even. Thick enough I could occasionally even remember that I might have tasted the metallic blood on my tongue. But then there she was, fighting in the midst. They were very fearsome creatures. This is the best way I can describe them. Maybe worse than whatever it was that skewered Garudon that one time. More frightening to me than that. And that was genuinely frightening. I, of course, not being strong enough, did what I could when I managed to see her. She almost struck me in mistake that I might have been an enemy, but I ended up helping her to the best of my abilities. And the last thing I really remember is her turning to look at me, and then I wake up. I am no longer in shame. I am on my own. I'm holding the only thing I really had of her armor. And that's all I really know. Knowing I had to be stronger, that I don't see her anymore, she's left me. She might still be there. I had to go get someone stronger than me since I couldn't do it myself. So I traveled back to find help, only to, of course, my weakness to be the best of me, or rather the worst of my curse, even as I ended up in the cave. And much to my dismay, other people.
Wow. Okay.
That was us, guys.
Yeah, I got it.
I must admit.
I picked it up.
Upon meeting you all, I would best say this as my means to escape, of course, would work with you. However, had you proved useless to me, or a threat to my existence, I'd disregard you as quickly as I found you.
I like your honesty. I appreciate it.
I understand your distrust in me, rightfully so. I also have no trust in you.
None?
Originally, when I came
Is there
across
like
you.
percentage
Oh,
for each
had.
one? 'Cause I want to know mine.
Past tense.
Percentages? If you really want a rough number, I would say I knew none of you, trusted none of you, and maybe had at least some faith in Pearson, only fairly because he was human like my wife. That was it.
That's shocking.
Racial profile.
That was
At least in a good
genuinely
way.
it.
But now?
But honestly, as we started to travel, as we escaped, you proved yourselves to be more than capable, especially compared to what I was capable of. And I figured I'd stick around and see if I might be able to enlist your help to bring my wife back home, as that's all I really want, to go home. But of course, if you were, or any of you, to prove that you were a threat to my goals or my well-being, then I'd clearly have to betray you myself and leave you. It's
That honesty's pretty good.
it's different now. Though obviously I haven't proved myself. And I understand I do have to work on that as well. But I cannot bring myself to imagine leaving you in any shape, way, or form as easily as I would have originally. To me, you're slowly somewhat becoming a part of a family. Not like the family I've created, but somewhat like a secondary, away from mine. So
Would you say that you used to be like a pack of one?
I would say
Ooh.
originally it was just me.
And
And then it went-
entered your pack.
Now I've entered a new family, so it's somewhat. I'm just a bit anxious that if I'm unable to bring her home, then it'll be as if I was on my own again before her. And I don't really wish to fall back to it. But now that I have you here, it's not the same feeling, and I don't feel as so alone and helpless. But it is something that I'm still trying to figure out. And then I do understand that there were some hesitations, especially with that one man's child at some point. I can at least assure you, though, whether you believe me or not is of course up to your own opinions and thoughts. It was not trying to take the child as my own.
Still here again? Okay. Came back to it.
He honestly just seemed about the right size of my children.
He
And
just looked like he was good at
Felix,
bugging.
you're not helping yourself.
Guys, me kidnapping was my parental instinct.
Out
what it sounds like.
of habit, my children would open their arms to me and we'd spin up into the air. He opened his arms to me and I couldn't help but feel the need to spin him up into the air.
Forced adoption.
I am aware he is not mine, of my own. But the habits are still there, and it's been 4 moons since I've seen my children last. I do constantly think about it. It was always
Until
a bit
now.
hard.
Has it actually been 4 moons,
It's
Jace?
been 4 days.
Yes. Real quick, guys.
A moon is a month. A sun is a day.
A point out of game that Jazzy and I both want to make, I think, is that 1 moon is a night.
Yeah.
A lunar cycle is a month.
Yeah, that's
So
Yeah,
he's
so like
420 cycles old.
Okay, because there's been a little bit of chatter.
usually when
elsewhere
people are talking about
the
moons, they're talking about months.
So who's the oldest here?
Nights.
Months.
Nah.
I don't know who
Here's
is the
I'll
oldest
fight.
here.
No, this is.
I am 31 winters here.
I'm 35.
What?
What's.
That's how it goes.
Gary's like 9.
I know. 4.5 is what we figured
I didn't
out.
say
That's
youngest.
right, that's right.
Who's the
like
oldest?
4.5.
I'm curious.
Who is he?
I'm 34.
I
So
thought
technically,
Kirsten was
I'm
the
like
oldest.
50, but
What?
in
You're
elfish
elf, yeah.
years,
Got that good skin.
I'm like,
Elf years.
or in human years, you said I'd be what, like 20 something?
Elf
Yeah.
don't crack though, so.
I have it written down somewhere.
Wow.
especially
Yes.
widow.
Because elves don't hit maturity until like a later age.
100.
100. Yeah. So, oh, sorry, I'm 120, so I am an adult. We don't
Well, that's
hit
a
maturity.
relief.
We don't hit maturity until 100. I'm 120.
Okay.
So I am an adult.
I thought you were half. Oh wait, you're not half elf. You're just half each type of elf.
Have 2
Yes.
species.
Oh, very
Two
cool.
halves make a whole.
So,
Oh,
you're the
You're
oldest.
double half elf.
Buddhism.
I mean,
Yes.
essentially.
so I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna walk over to Felix, and I'm not gonna reach in my pockets. I'm actually reach deep into my breastplate
Oh.
and pull out the rock that I've been holding from
It's
him.
real long and sweaty.
Just
Guys,
I am so glad you finally shared your story with us. But there's something that you mentioned that sounds familiar. You mentioned that you found your wife at Airchef?
you mentioned that your wife was
When your
at
wife went to
Arisha.
battle.
She left
went to
to
air
Arisha. So she
And that's
left
where
to
you
Arisha.
found her body?
No.
That's where she was fighting.
So, no. Okay, so a couple things that we're kind of missing this. Felix got word that his wife, as well as a large force, for the first time in 100 moons, in a very, very long time, were actually pushing south into Vashane. This had not been done for a very long time because any attempts to infiltrate Vashane, whether by armies or small groups of adventurers, have never been successful. Which is one of the reasons why Felix did go down there to try and bring her back. There was a battle on the other side of the wall in Vashane that was happening when Felix arrived. Felix saw his wife in the battle, flew down, helped her, and suddenly a bright light hit the field, and Felix woke up holding his wife's torn and rent armor with blood on it.
That's what I said. You said
Somewhere
no.
else.
I said that's where he saw her fighting.
In Vashane.
Yes. You said
Not
no.
Eresham. You said Eresham.
Isn't that the other side of the wall?
It's
Vashane.
bordering country.
Eresham. One spot. They were deep into Vashane. Not...
Okay.
They had already gone into Vashane, quite a ways into the country. But yes.
I'm a little confused to even roleplay this right now.
Okay, so...
What I'm getting at is, did you find her at Eresham, whatever it is, at the same time as Pearson?
I was at Eresham, not too far away in the timeline from when Felix was in Vashane. The way I understand it.
So, based on the timeline, you were not in Eresham when this went down.
But I wasn't like far off from...
You were still drunk when the plans were being made for the forces to
sure.
go.
Okay.
The forces had left. You maybe had gotten there with Faulkner and the commander. You were maybe there, the general, sorry. You were maybe there for a little bit when the force had already left, but you had already begun your journey east by the time the battle had already... west, by the time the battle had already happened.
So Eresham got attacked while Pearson was there. He left, and then Felix is chasing his lady to Vashane, which is south of Eresham.
Correct. Eresham is a city.
Eresham is a city?
Eresham is a city. Vashane is a country.
Okay, so yeah, I guess we had that conversation and figured out that timeline.
Yeah, sorry. So, you all take a moment to process all the information you have heard from each other, the information and the tragic stories of many of you. And there is a sense of a bond, a connection, a familiarity that wasn't there before. And you all enjoy your drinks before making your way to your individual rooms, or shared rooms in some people's cases. And all go to bed with thoughts on the conversations of the night. You all wake up the next morning refreshed, new thoughts, with questions.
For the DM.
Yes.
Can I attune to both of my things from my bag of holding? The boots and the cloak?
Yes.
On it. Done. Easy.
We need the DM's backstory. No, I'm just kidding.
So, I grew up in a town that was massacred by tieflings. Of
course. Unfortunate. It's out to get you.
But
Just side-eye the DM.
that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. You all level up to level 6.
Let's go! Drinking time!
It's
to the ground.
That was the only thing holding us back is our emotional maturity.
I was about to get mad if that's what you were going to ask just now.
No, no.
Say no,
I was,
don't
I was,
jinx
Senmo
it.
asked
I
that in
asked
chat,
after
actually.
the session.
Senmo asked that in chat. And
But
they level up.
we are going to go ahead and end tonight, but we are going to do rolls for your hit points. So we'll start with Jazzy. Go ahead and roll for your hit points.
What do you roll for that again?
Whatever yours is a D8.
You're probably
Yeah, I
19.
think you're a D8.
19.
Oh.
You're rolling a
Oh.
D8.
Yeah, I rolled the wrong one.
Plus your constitution.
You know the joke tag numbers over there.
Yeah.
Listen,
We're gonna go around, so don't roll just yet.
Okay, I'll wait.
we could have just taken off the
She saw it.
one, guys.
Don't roll just yet.
What was it?
It's an 11.
Son of a bitch!
Are you fucking
Go ahead.
8?
With a D8? No,
He
he's
was
not.
a,
He uses a
No, he's
D12.
not.
Class.
He's not like us.
8? Nice.
Yes.
Plus your
Like
constitution
us.
modifier.
He's not like a.
He's not
Don't
like
forget
us.
that.
Is
I was excited. I couldn't help it.
plus 3.
You know that.
Nice. So that is 11
Yep.
more hit points to you. Go ahead, Pearson.
Yay!
5,
Plus
2.
7 more hit points. Nice. You piece of shit, rolled an 11 plus what?
What?
What's your constitution?
Five, probably.
8?
No.
No.
That's not possible.
No.
Oh, saving.
Eleven
Never mind.
plus
Plus
five.
5.
I could have.
Plus 5?
Yeah.
Damn, so another 16 hit points for you.
We all need
Dang.
it.
Wow, work.
That's literally
That's
double
unfortunate.
what I
I got
can max
4.
get.
4 plus?
No, it's 4 total.
Okay, 4 total.
Yeah,
It's gonna be 2.
I have a plus 0, so.
Go ahead, Medina. What'd you get?
Tell us.
Tell us.
It's a 1, isn't it?
Ah,
So,
Reroll once.
you get to reroll once.
Oh, cool.
I can't get 2 more added?
No.
Oh, 2 away.
A 7.
Nice.
Wait,
much
what?
better. Much better than
You
one.
got a
I'm not
D10 or a
sure.
D8?
It's a D10.
Tell that to
Oh,
the
are you a
side.
I'm a
D10?
fighter.
Different,
Oh, that's
different.
right. I'm
different.
sorry.
I'm negative.
Nice.
I just usually
Oh,
roll
the
the
violation.
shit.
That thing
But
was
yeah, okay, so 9
2
points.
was
Very
not
nice.
I know.
Tell us.
Like, it
4
makes sense.
plus 0.
Hey, 4 more hit points.
Oh.
Gardon.
Oh,
The
rolling.
second time I rolled a 1.
I had to find out what I actually had to roll.
I believe as a warlock, you're
I think it's a
1d.
D8.
D8.
Yeah.
Okay, so a 6 plus.
Con.
What do I have to do?
Con.
Constitution.
Con bonus.
Constitution bonus.
Okay, so another 8 points.
Nice.
Good for you guys.
Bibbles.
Woo! 8.
Nice. All right.
Total, because I have plus 0.
So add all that up, and then we will do everything else off camera. But thank you so much for joining us for tonight's emotional episode as we
That
got
was
to
super
deep dive
thrilling.
into everybody's backstories. We hope it was entertaining for you guys. Yeah.
Aranel hates me.
Well, to be fair, we never actually liked you.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
No.
hey.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us, and we will see you all next week.
Woo!
Bye.
At level
Bye.
6.
Yeah.
No, I let you guys hate me so much.
Dang. It was all just the emotional stuff, guys.